Okay, I think I'm good, Carla, right?
Just one more second.
Okay. Because it says it's streaming live on YouTube.
But remember, then you get that message, so
Yeah. The recording thing. Good, Carla, right?
we're good. Just one more second.
Okay. Because it says it's streaming live on YouTube.
But remember, then you get that message, so
Yeah. Listens to something. The recording thing. Good, Carla, right?
we're good. Just one more second.
Okay. Hmm. Naza, you're muted.
You should be good, Tony.
It only that says live on YouTube. It doesn't say the recording.
Sounds like it takes some time to start recording, like yesterday.
It says live on my end.
But is it recording?
I don't see it says recording. It says live
Yeah.
YouTube. It doesn't say recording. Are we sure before I start?
I can press record, but it's going to send a request to the meeting host. Should I just do that?
Yes. Who is the meeting host?
There we go.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, you want to put the screen up? Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for April 11th, 2023. There is no public testimony permitted during the review session. Cases we're going to be discussing: zoning calendar, continued hearing items, item number 20, 2021-26 BZ, 12 Cole Street, Brooklyn.
The initial hearing on this application was held on January 10th. The applicant was directed to conduct an analysis of an as-of-right scenario on the combined lots. And I just want to make sure I make it clear, whatever I'm stating initially applies for both Cole Street Liquor and for Columbia Street site, because those are the three combined sites that the applicant was asked to analyze, since it's under common ownership, to identify how the as-of-right scenario on these three combined lots would it be feasible or not. That's really what the exercise was, and the applicant has done that analysis.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, and to interrupt you, Commissioner Otley Brown is waving her hand.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just wanted to say, Chair, do you want to call all three cases? at
No,
once?
No, you're going to do them separately.
No, there's a reason. I don't want to call all three cases, because they will, at certain point, I have comments that are individual, that are for a very site-specific situation. The only situation where there is a commonality is with regards to the uniqueness and the finding D, self-created hardship. I think that's the only point, and I may repeat myself, but I'm just kind of letting everybody know that's why we will hear these three sites mentioned a couple of times. Thank you. Should I go on, everybody?
Yeah.
All right. So the as-of-right scenario that was considered for the three lots that are under common ownership was a combination of commercial and a community facility development. And I am very satisfied with the analysis that has been provided. It establishes that combination of the requirements with regards to parking, height, and setback, and floor area ratio limits the development on a combined lot, and it does not also minimize the hardship. So I want to thank the applicant for putting together a very thorough analysis, and with that, I would say the applicant has established the uniqueness of this subject's case site and applies to the other two also, Lacour and also Columbia. So that is the analysis on the uniqueness part of it for Cold Street. With regards to finance, I believe Commissioner Otley Brown had some comments. I do not believe those were responded to. So I will let Commissioner Otley Brown, I don't think the comments have changed. So it's really for the applicant to provide a response to those comments at the hearing. So now we get into the site-specific findings with regards to neighborhood character. And so Cold Street is facing the expressway. Actually, it's the access ramp to the underground tunnel. It is abutted by buildings that are residential, 2 and 3 stories, and also by non-residential buildings. The proposed FAR for this site is so the applicant is proposing a 4-story residential development with 4 2-bedroom dwelling units, and the total FAR is about 2.4 FAR, and it's a 30-foot high building, walk-up building. So I had asked at the earlier hearing for the applicant to provide a height map of the study area and the blocks immediately surrounding the subject site located south of Hamilton Avenue Expressway. I do not believe that was provided, so that needs to be provided. With regards to the self-created hardship, again, as I mentioned, the as-of-right study that was done has satisfied my question with regards to self-created, and I believe the applicant meets self-created hardship finding. I though would say the majority, as I said, the entire study block, I did a quick Zola analysis. I looked through the Zola and looked at the lot area and the built floor area of all the residential uses on this block, which is predominantly residential. And the average FAR is somewhere far less than 1.5 FAR. And and what is being proposed on Cold Street is much higher. It's more than 2 FAR. And it's a 4-story building, unlike all the other buildings on this subject block is a 3-story. I'm okay with a 4-story building on Cold Street, partly because it is facing, there isn't any about the block across from it is very far away, and it's separated by the Gowanus Expressway and the Hamilton roadway and the, like I said, and the tunnel, I think Harvey Grant Tunnel. I can never remember the name of the tunnel. And so having a 4-story building, I do not think it's going to be much of an issue from a neighborhood character point of view along Cold Street. So I'm okay with that. But I do want to point that out, that the proposed FAR is much higher than the average FAR, built FAR, even on the individual lots on the super block. Okay. So I want to go to Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments. The only thing I would add is that we still have, I think we still have open seeker. I don't know if they responded, if DEP sent a response, because I know I remember they received comments, but I'm not sure if they had anything further. I know hazmat is still open, and that's all I have to. That's all I have to add.
Okay. So maybe Ms. Benke can give us an update.
Yes, that's correct. Seeker is still open, and we're waiting for the applicant response to comments.
And this is for this subject site or for all 3 of them?
All 3.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, I think it's, I think we should engage with the applicant to get a timeline of when they will be making their submission, so we could schedule accordingly.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Yes, I did find the financials regarding the combined site as of rights to be very convincing. And as you said, I still have questions from the original financial report specific to this site, having to do with the apartment sizes and getting the right rent for the apartment sizes, because they have 1 bedrooms in this and there are no 1 bedrooms in this scenario. Also, to talk about the hard cost construction price per square foot and how it differs in the as of right for each different scenario. This is going across the different properties with, and that should be reconciled because those projects are basically the same, the as of right projects. It's just different sizes, but that would be reflecting in the overall construction price. But when you drill down to the price per square foot, it should be pretty much the same. Whereas like for Kohl's, it's $287 a square foot, Lucre, it's $306 a square foot, and Columbia, it's $282 a square foot. So, and also, well, not in this scenario. So those were the questions that had to do with Cole Street. And then when you go to your other properties, I'll just rehash the questions that weren't answered for those.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I find the analysis provided is sufficient. The only question I would ask them is to they indicated that they weren't able to put a seller in the proposal, and they mentioned that the reason for that is because of high groundwater table. While I understand that this is close to waterfront, I'm not sure about the grade elevation over there. But if they do have any document that could help us justify that reasoning, that would be helpful. I would like to get a copy of that, whether it's a geotech report or a boring log, just to keep it in our records. That's all what I have on this.
Can I ask you why do you believe a seller on this site would improve? Is something that you think would change the degree of variance the applicant is seeking? Is there any reason?
Whether it changes my mind on the case or not, I don't believe so. But whether it changes the figures in the financials, I'll defer on that to Commissioner Otley Brown. But what I'm saying is they mentioned something in the statement, in the submission letter, and I just don't want to leave it like without asking them to provide a supporting document if they have it. If they do not have it, I'm fine with it as is. Because again, it's close to a waterfront.
Okay. I just kind of am trying to understand the connection between that and the application before us, because if the applicant is not proposing a seller, then it doesn't affect the cost. The financing is not going to be affected by it. And if a seller, so I'm not sure why we're asking.
Let me clarify. If a seller is proposed, the financials may change. I'm not saying they're gonna change, but I'm saying may change. I haven't seen a financial with the seller. So they said, we don't want to build a seller because the groundwater is high. So I'm from my perspective, I want to get a reasoning for why the groundwater is high. The first at glance, when you look at the site, it's close to waterfront. But again, I don't have grade elevation. If I have grade elevation, I would say, yeah, elevation is 15. The river probably it's about 2-3. So yes, they have a point, and then done. But because I don't have a grade elevation and I don't have a boring log or a geotech report, I'm not asking them to go do a geotech report now. I understand that the project is early stage, but what I'm saying, if they have it, please give it to us.
All right. Oh, I'm going to say I do not believe the applicant needs to provide it, and unless someone differs with me, that's fine. the reason is we typically ask for geotech report in cases where applicant is proposing a cellar where there is a high water table, because that is adding to the added cost of construction. And we typically challenge why a cellar is needed in that case, and taking on an added expense, which might be driving up the financial burden on this project. In this case, since the cellar is not being proposed, there is no financial burden associated with it. And therefore, I'm not sure why we want to ask the question of why a cellar was not provided, regardless of whether there was a high water table or not. Since programmatically, like if they were proposing a commercial use, let's say, and they were saying that because we cannot provide a cellar, we have to provide.
I believe I got you, Chair. I believe
Yeah.
I see where you're going. You're saying that it's not gonna add to the rentable space, the rentable area,
Right.
and it's
Right.
not gonna affect the income, but it's gonna be an added cost item. Yes, I see where you're going. Yes, I got it. Thank you.
So you're not asking for the geotech report or anything.
And I didn't ask. I said if they have it, they provide it.
Okay. All right. So it's not a mandatory thing.
Yes, I was clear on that from the beginning.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with you, Chair, and the findings, and I believe I defer to Commissioner Otley Brown on the remaining questions that outstand for finding B, but I also agree with that the other findings have been met, and I don't have any further comments.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you all.
Item number 21, 2021-27 BZ 13 LaCour Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. So similar to Cole Street, the applicant has conducted the as-of-right analysis of the combined lot, and I'm convinced that based on this thorough analysis, uniqueness is there, and the applicant has been also able to prove that this is not resulting in a self-created hardship, the common ownership. So A and D have been met. B, again, as I mentioned, Commissioner Otley Brown's questions from last hearing has not been addressed, so she can ask for the specifics. With regards to the neighborhood character, and I'm going to wrap up the neighborhood and the minimal together because they go together in this case. This particular block frontage, as I said, the entire block is predominantly residential, and the typical built floor area, the average built floor area, as I look through the Zola analysis, the average built floor area is 2,400. And your floor FARs tend to be no more than, as I'm looking at the number, the highest is 1.35 FAR. Actually, 2 FAR, but that's on a very small, 2 FAR. And the built FAR is 1720 square foot, 2 dwelling units. And on an average, the FAR is 1.12 FAR on this block. And the typical number of units on this block tends to be no more than 3 units. So what is being proposed is a 4-story residential development with 4 one-bedroom unit and 2-bedroom units, and will have an FAR of 2.52. Unlike Cole, I think LaCour has a lot more of a context. And on this particular one, I do believe the building height should come down by 1 story. And then I think that would be more in keeping with the neighborhood context. Also keeping in mind that 15 LaCour Street, that was an application board had granted a variance on, use variance on, was also approved with a 3-story development with less than 2 FAR granted. That site was a much larger site, but it was a 3-story building. So I think on this one, in terms of neighborhood context, a 3-story building would be more appropriate. And that's my recommendation on this case. So I think C and E have not been from my perspective. Commissioner Otley Brown. Oh, sorry, Vice Chair Shibata. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments. The neighborhood context is primarily 2- and 3-story buildings. I do believe that they will be made whole with a 3-story building, unless they can show otherwise. I second your comments. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Yes, I just would like answers to my questions for this case having to do with making sure that your rents for residential and your stacking plan reflect the types of apartments that are in this scenario, which is 1 1-bedroom and 3 2-bedrooms. Also looking at the as-of-right construction cost factors. And that's what I have left outstanding for this.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what's been said, and I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I don't mind the 4-story as far as specifically neighborhood character. There are some 3+ basement or even a 4-story at the corner, but I think this would be largely dependent on the financials and making sure that the e-finding is met. So that's my opinion on the neighborhood character. I again defer to Commissioner Otley Brown and the applicant responding to the former questions on the e-finding and establishing that this is the minimal variance.
Yeah, true. Financial analysis is one of the factors in that, but and that has not been responded to, so I do not have the answer in terms of if there is room or not. Okay, thank you all. Next case, please.
2021-28 BZ, 375 Columbia Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. Same as in coal and liquor, the applicant's as-of-right analysis has satisfied findings related to uniqueness and self-created. With regards to neighborhood context and minimal, unlike Coal and Liquor Street, Columbia has some presence of ground floor retail. So I want to find out from the applicant. I would like the applicant to consider a commercial use on the ground floor. In terms of the FAR on Columbia Street, the proposed building is a 4-story building with a 7 1-bedroom dwelling unit with 6 parking spaces, and the FAR is 1.85 FAR. It's a little bit higher than the typical build, but Columbia is, if there is to be any density on amongst the 3, like I said, Coal because of its location and Columbia also because of the frontage. If you have a ground floor commercial, a 3-story residential above seems reasonable. So that's from that point of view, I think the FAR is okay on this one. And a 4-story building on this block frontage would not be out of context. So, but I do want to find out from the applicant if a commercial retail store would be viable on this site or not. That's my comment. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you. So, it's with regard to the commercial on the first floor, the block itself seems to be primarily residential on the first floor. There is a corner shop restaurant on this block, but it seems to me, at least when I visit, it seems primarily residential. I'm not sure how well a retail store would do. I think that's something the applicant certainly needs to address. Other than that, I have no other comments.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Okay, my financial questions that remain open have to do with the residential 1-bedroom apartments, In this case, I thought that they were on the low side. And so they should address that. And also in this case, because there is parking, I had raised a question about the parking comparables, because when I looked on the internet, all of these comparables, I got different rent, monthly rents than what they quoted. And so, and one of them was actually a condo now versus being a rental. And then, of course, the same as of right construction cost question that I had with the other cases.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I'm okay with the 4-story building, and I have no further to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with your comment, at least to explore the idea of commercial. You're very close to one of the most beloved Italian sandwich shops in Brooklyn, so you might get some foot traffic. But it'd be great also to support some additional retail. Just would like to hear the applicant's response on that. I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. I just have one question, and this is more for my academic purposes, Commissioner Otley Brown. Is there an economy of scale with this when these 3 sites are under common ownership? Is there an economy of scale on these 3 sites?
You mean in terms of construction costs?
Yes.
I mean, I would assume there probably is. If they're all developed at the same time, you could probably get a better deal with your contractor and your GC. But I find that their construction costs, as stated right now, are pretty reasonable. They don't seem to be inflated. I could be wrong. And of course, I defer to Commissioner Shetta on the actual costs. But overall, the cost factors seem to be very reasonable here.
Okay.
So I'm not sure how much lower they would go.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. The cost is reasonable.
Okay. Thank you.
Move on.
Yes.
Item number 23, 2022-14 BZ, 1961 East 21st Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, just give me a second. I just want to go to the drawing. Okay. So the application was last heard on February 28, and at the last hearing, the board had directed the applicant to reduce the floor area ratio to 1, which the applicant has done so. The building itself, the proposed enlarged building itself, is now at 1 FAR. The reason for that ask was the built context. The built FAR in this study area is almost at 0.7. They're like 1 or 2.8 and 1 at 1 FAR. So I think the proposed fact that the proposed building will be at 1 FAR is kind of the maximum that should be permitted in these through these special permits. And I'm satisfied with that. I don't have any additional comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you. I appreciate the revised application and the reduction in FAR. I see that they've also removed the shed. I have no further comments.
Yeah, I just want to point out one thing about the shed. Just keep in mind, the shed, while as part of a definition of floor area, it counts towards floor area. It's not it, and it is a permitted obstruction in the rear yard. It's not a space that is going to be used for habitation purposes. It would be more for storage and accessory. So I don't want this to be become a way forward for applicants doing 73622 to say, oh, well, we have excess floor area, we're going to remove the shed, and that will bring the entire project site to 1 FAR. I think the key thing is the building itself, which is the residential building, is what is going to be visible, and the bulk of it is what's going to define the context. It's not the shed that defines the context. The shed just adds to the number. It doesn't define the context. So, so whenever we are asking for any modifications or reduction in the floor area or shaping the building, it really is shaping the building itself, not the accessory spaces that may shave off a little bit of floor area here or there. In this case, because if with or without the shed, the particular building would be at 1 FAR. And that's really what I was looking for, and which it is.
I thought that at the last hearing, we were discussing the backyard and how it would affect the neighbors with that shed, but it could be just something in my notes.
Okay, yeah, maybe the applicant, I don't have that in my note because the applicant did provide a generous amount of a setback, not just on, well, the standard amount of setback on the second floor of 5 foot from the rear yard, and a significant amount of setback of the attic. So I did not have an issue with the rear yard. Typically, sometimes we have seen people adding patio and greenhouse, which is not being done here. So, I'm satisfied with the modification that's being made. Thank you.
I am as well.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no comments.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that they brought down the floor area from 1.03 to 1. I believe the application is now satisfactory to me, and I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have no further comments.
Okay. Thank you.
New case, sorry.
Yes. Next case.
New cases, item number 24, 2022, 18BZ, 64 Butler Place, Staten Island.
Okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board voted to disapprove this project. And the community board states that it denied due to self-created hardship by the subdivision of the previous lot. This is an application for a bulk variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-21 to develop a 2-story, 2-family home on the subject site. The applicant is seeking a rear yard waiver. Please note, an appeal has been filed at DOB Technical Affairs with regards to if this site should become that this site be considered as a corner lot. Right. Should the DOB agree to that, then this application will be moot. The applicant won't be seeking any waiver, but we don't know that. So until then, we have to proceed as we are. So this is an interesting site. This used to be part of a former South Staten Island Railroad right-of-way up till, I would say, till 1970s or something like that. And then this was till 1980s. And then in 1984, it was sold to, I think, to users of the to an owner who owned the abutting lots that were located in manufacturing zoning district. So this particular site abuts M3 zoning district. And so I believe the property owners of the lots that are located in M3 purchased these sites. And this was one long strip of railroad right-of-way extending from, I want to make sure I have the street correct, from, I'm botching it, and I'm sorry. I don't exactly remember the westernmost street, but all the way from, I'm just looking at my note. Just give me a second. I'm just looking at my note. From Chestnut all the way to Saint Mary or Saint Road. So, and that was one lot, lot 54. And lot 54 was subdivided into several lots and have been built with as of right residential development. And the last of the lot that is to be built is the subject lot. And the subject lot is different from the other lots, for it is located right at the terminus of Butler Place and Tilson Place. So it is considered right now, it is considered an interior street, interior lot. And because it's an interior lot is required to have a 30-foot rear yard setback and a 10-foot front yard setback and an 8-foot side yard setback. But which would mean that in front of Tilson Avenue, there has to be a 10-foot setback and then a 30-foot setback from the lot line that is parallel to Tilson. So which almost leaves very little space for any as-of-right developments. And the applicant has stated that it would result in a 6-foot wide strip for development, which is not a feasible layout. So therefore, the applicant is seeking a waiver of the yard requirement. However, if this were to be considered a corner lot, because it is at the tip of Butler Place and Tilson, and there's an extension easement, driveway easement of Butler, applicant is seeking whether if it could be considered as a corner lot, and therefore a rear yard of 30 foot would not be required. It would require a 20-foot side yard, and the side yard would not have to face the lot line that is parallel to Tilson. It would be 20 foot that would from the lot line that is parallel to the extension of the Butler Place driveway. So that's where kind of how this site plays out. I have just a basic question as to how the lot 16, which is the building that is under construction across from the driveway easement, how that was permitted to be built as an interior site, since it is also fronting on the driveway easement. And the reason for asking that question is if that is being considered as an interior site with the driveway as an extension of Butler as an interior site, why can't that same be applied for the subject site? So I would like that clarification from the applicant. And the applicant needs to go through, before I can go to the uniqueness, I'm just barring the ownership aside. The site is definitely unique. I'm not going to, I think the applicant has made that statement, and as I reviewed it, I'm satisfied with it. My question is more with the self-created hardship. It was one lot that was under common ownership that was owned by the property owner that owned the lots, 2 manufacturing lots. I think the applicant has jumped to the conclusion without going through the exercise, and the applicant needs to go through this exercise of identifying how this railroad right-of-way prior to subdivision could have facilitated the development as of right along with the lot that is in the M3. For me, the one answer is for sure, is that when you have an M3 land abutting a residential, you really cannot expand manufacturing use on the residential portion. So it's not going to benefit the manufacturing use. So at best, the site can be used as maybe a drive-through access for the the use in the manufacturing, which I doubt was the intent. But then the only other alternative is to build it for residential uses. And then the applicant needs to go through the exercise of, if you were to build this site as of right residential use, what were the zoning regulations that were applicable back then in 1984? No, and it was rezoned in 2001 from R to R3 from R32. So what was the permitted development on this site that would have been allowed as of right, and would this variance be required? What is triggering it, and where is a self-created hardship as a result of it? So that to me is not very clear, and the applicant needs to go through that exercise to show how the current ownership of these abutting lots, which were subdivided by the previous predecessor in title, would not have resulted in a self-created hardship. I think the ask is minimal, but the self-created hardship is one of the critical components that the applicant needs to respond to. I do have a question with regards to the neighborhood character. As I was looking at all the buildings that's been built on Tilson, specifically on this on the subdivided portion of the former lot 54, the buildings are facing Tilson. But when this particular building comes into play, the building seems to be providing more of a side view. It is providing the side view towards Tilson. And I think, given that that is the easement, the facade treatment that is facing the driveway easement is very beautifully designed. It's just that it's not carried over onto the frontage of Tilson. So I think if the applicant provides a little bit more windows, additional windows in the living room and the bedroom, that would actually activate that side wall facade that is facing Tilson, and I would be okay with that. That would also kind of enhance that long frontage and would blend in well with the three of the other buildings that's been built by this developer on the remaining portion of former lot 54. Now, we received a letter of no objection from fire department for the proposed development, provided following conditions were met. That is 65 Butler Place, which is a subject site, must be fully sprinklered. The extended portion of Butler Place, which acts as a frontage space for proposed residents, be maintained clear of all obstructions at all times. No standing signs must be posted. Sidewalk curb area, which borders both residential use, must be painted in yellow reflective paint, and building identification signs must comply with the required requirement of section 505. All these things, conditions of fire department should be noted in the floor plan, in the site plan. Those are my comments, Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you. So I believe the site is unique. I believe that the ask is reasonable, and I don't see an issue with the neighborhood character. We get back to the self-created hardship question. Now, I really believe that the applicant needs to go back and really flush this out for us, because if this lot was subdivided post the railroad line, like, it wouldn't exactly be relevant whether or not there was a railroad line here or not. They need to really explain how this isn't a self-created hardship in the subdivision. And frankly, I'm not convinced it's not. I think that when they discuss it, they should really discuss the rezoning and how that would have affected the rights that this lot would have had at that time. What I would ask is if we could reach out to DOB to address whether or not this will be considered a corner lot, because this may be the fastest way to address this particular lot. Other than that, I have no other comments. My self-created hardship is where I have the real question.
I don't think this, the applicant is already reaching out to DOB to get a determination whether this can be considered a corner lot or not. And I think that's for the applicant to follow through. I think for me, the problem, as you mentioned, it's the fact that it was one lot and it was subdivided after the purchase from the railroad, and that is what needs to be cleared up. Thank you. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
I agree with both of you that the real issue here is the definding and whether or not they can prove to us that this is not a self-created hardship. I mean, they should go into more detail in the lot history and the apportionment history here. And they should also talk about, if those lots stayed the same, whether or not they could be developed or if the same issues that apply to this one lot would apply to all of the lots together as one. And then I then had a question, could this be resolved if they would map the Butler Place extension as if it were a street, which would also make this into a corner lot? So those were all of my questions.
That's a good point. Yeah, it could get resolved if it's extended as a map street.
Wouldn't the mapping be an excessive process?
It would be. And I think in this case, if it gets mapped, I don't know what fire department, it would need to have a turnaround and all the other requirements. So it may take away more of the land, and the floor area associated with it is what becomes an issue. But the applicant needs to clarify that. Sorry, what were you saying, Vice Chair?
I'm contemplating whether the GCL might be helpful for this applicant.
No, but it would not be, because it already is fronting on a map street of Till.
Yeah, it does have substantial frontage on that street. That's true.
Yes. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I had the same issue regarding the same question regarding the lot across the easement on the other side. Why this subject one wouldn't be built the same way? This is my first point. I believe the only hurdle for this application to move forward is to pass finding D. And I don't think that the applicant did a good job like tackling that. They, like you mentioned, Chair, they jump into a conclusion. I don't know why. I do believe that if they go back and like look at the entire lot before the subdivision and try to run some analyses, maybe they're gonna end up finding out that even if they wanted to build to use that piece of land as an access to another manufacturing facility, they would have needed a variance as well. So it sounds like for me, and this is just a feeling that the only way to use that piece of land is to obtain a variance. And I believe if they have done this exercise and presented it to the community board, they might have understood what's in the argument, and maybe they wouldn't be that like very aggressive against the application. So my advice to the applicant is to reconsider his argument again, look at it, and maybe represent it to the community board. Probably they may change their minds, and then we can move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. On the self-created hardship, I couldn't read the Sanborn maps, but I thought the lot for the right of way has been in this 46.5 feet width for since the beginning, but maybe I misinterpreted, because you're saying are you talking about the subdivision within the long right of way that happened later, or the subdivision from the manufacturing lots?
So as I understand it, is and let me just pull up the radius map, because sometimes it's helpful to have the radius map handy. So just give me a second.
I guess there's two things floating around in my head.
Right.
There's when the subdivision happened and whether common ownership is,
right.
Common ownership of the adjacent sites.
Right. So former lot 54 extended from Chestnut Avenue to St. Mary, and it abutted, and it's in the residential district, and it abuts two lots, lot 12 and lot 25, that are in M31. Now lots 12 and 25 are under same ownership, and it's this. As I look through the ACRIS, It's this, the owners of lots 12 and 25 had acquired the former lot 54. And it was subdivided. It was, Staten Island South Beach Inc. sold the lot to Sun Chemical Corporation. They were the owners of they are still the owners of, I think, of lot 12 and 25. And then Sun Chemical Corporation sold it to the current owner, who subdivided, I think subdivided this former lot 54 into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lots. And of the 6 lots, 5 have been built as of right, because they're in the residential district. They've been built as of right, except for the lot that is before us. Yep. And okay. The issue is whenever there was a predecessor in the common ownership of predecessor in title, and the subdivision that happens results in, the subdivision is creating the hardship in this case.
Okay, that's where I get that I think is the line where I draw, because they're not subdividing from the manufacturing lots. It's a 46.5-foot wide residential zone lot that's subdivided lengthwise into approximately 100-foot lengths. That subdivision, I don't think, is the same thing as a question of common ownership with the manufacturing lot, because they could have reapportioned the whole thing to make the residential width more appropriate for residential development. And maybe I'm splitting hairs, but I just think there are two issues.
There are 2 parts to it. The one is when the property was acquired by Sun Chemical Corporation. At that time, the portion of the site that was acquired was still in an R3 district. And the portion of the site that it owned, lots 12 and 25, it's still manufacturing. Yeah. And so it's which is what both Commissioners Sheta and I were saying, is that chances of former lot 54 being used as a manufacturing site was not possible as of right, because you would have to rezone that site to a manufacturing or seek a variance to allow for a manufacturing use to extend. So it remained unused as just a site that the property owner had acquired with some intention which never came to fruition. So that part of the subdivision is realistic, is that there was a manufacturing M3 land. You cannot extend the M3 land as a M3 use as of right to the portion of the subject site. And therefore, those two can be considered 2 separate lots to be developed separately. And that is not the big issue. The issue becomes when it was sold to the current owner, who then subdivided into many lots. And that subdivision resulted in the hardship on the subject particular site.
Okay, yeah, that part I actually don't agree with, because I think a 46.5-foot width that doesn't front on a street is a unique and difficult site to develop with a 30-foot rear yard, because it is so. If it was fronting on Tilson with a 46.5 and it was 115 feet, we wouldn't be, looking at this case. But the way it's aligned with the existing street grid, it feels like they've done it in the most rational way possible, given the existing conditions of the lot. Now, the common ownership in the back end of it, I mean, long story short, the applicant needs to provide a stronger argument and narrative and explanation of the site history. But I was getting confused because I thought we were saying that they were subdivided from the manufacturing lots, but that's not what happened. It was the long right of way that was then subdivided into,
absolutely,
give or take 100-foot length.
Right. Yeah. Unfortunately, the applicant does have to go through the 2-part exercise. While we completely agree that when the property was sold from Sun Chemical to the current, the chance that is not the real cause of the hardship, but the applicant still needs to clarify why it was not feasible to build or use it for manufacturing purposes, and it would have still required either a variance or a rezoning, and therefore nothing could have been built as of right, short of being of using it for a residential or a as of right community facility use in this site. So that's an easy exercise to go through, but that is very convincing. Is the second one, which I also agree with you, it's probably when you're subdividing this lot. And that's why I said the underlying zoning, and this is a lower density zoning district, and the low density zoning district states that even if you have one long zoning lot and you subdivide it into small tax lots, each one of these tax lots have to be complying have to have a complying lot area and lot width frontage, which I think from the look of it, they do. Otherwise, they couldn't have built it as of right. So all of those exercises need to be, the applicant needs to go through and summarize how they, even if that were to be done, how this site could not have been, would have felt the height.
I agree, of course. I agree with the burden is on the applicant to make this a much clearer argument. I just was trying to understand what the conversation was and what we were objecting to, but that I all agree with. I agree with all that. The only other comment I have is you said the FDNY letter of no objection states that 65 Butler needs to be sprinklered. That is actually not the subject site. That's the one that's already tucked, that's the one that's tucked in across the driveway easement.
This is 64. I'm sorry.
This is 64. So I don't think that same condition was imposed on 64, but as you said, that's for the applicant to provide on their drawings pursuant to that letter. And I have no further comments.
And I think the reason it's important for that note to be added, because the driveway easement is going to be shared by the subject lot and 64 Butler. So the notes that have been prescribed for 64 Butler applies to the easement, driveway easement, which is going to be used by the subject building. So therefore, those new notes need to be reflected on this plan.
I agree.
And that's why I'm kind of surprised that the development on 64 Butler was as of right, which
65.
also part, right. I mean, but it
Sorry,
also
just to clarify, this is 64 that's not as of right, and 65 has to be sprinklered and is already built. Yeah,
I'm getting confused with the date. Thank you for that clarification. Let me stick to lot numbers. That's much easier. Lot 116 was built as of right, which is also an interior lot, which only has a very small percentage of frontage on Butler Place. So why can't this also be treated as a corner lot, or even therefore, because it has a small frontage on Butler Place, why can't that be treated as a corner lot, which is what I hope is what the applicant is pushing for. But I would like the applicant to clarify that. Okay.
agreed.
All right, this is going to be an interesting one for me. I have a lot to learn on this one. Thank you. Next case, please.
Item number 25, 2022-23 BZ, 1520 East 56th Street, Brooklyn.
I'm just pulling up the drawings. Okay. So we have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board has voted to approve this project. We also received a letter of support. This is an application for a bulk variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-21 to develop a two-story, two-family detached home on the subject lot. The applicant is seeking basically a waiver of the front yard and the side yard. I have a question with regards to the waiver. Part of the side yard waiver is also a waiver of the requirement. I just want a clarification from the applicant. Is part of the side yard waiver also a waiver of the requirement to maintain a minimum of 8 foot of distance between buildings per zoning resolution section 2361 C1? My next question is Mill Lane a map street? And also a clarification, is East 56th Street built to the map street bed of street width of 80 foot? The applicant needs to provide that clarification. So with regards to the proposed, as I mentioned, the applicant is proposing a 2-story plus cellar, 2-family home. I just have some basics comments first with the proposal itself is why are there 2 laundry facilities provided for the first floor unit, one on the first floor and one in the cellar? And I would like the applicant needs to indicate all the dimensions, either in decimal or in feet and inches for consistency throughout the plans and documents. It keeps getting shifted. It makes it a lot easier for us to review the documents when they're all under one format. Shade the area of waiver on the plot plan, floor plan, sections, and elevations. My next question is, will a car be able to fit into the proposed enclosed garage? Also, the approach to the garage seems to be impossible. To qualify for 300 square foot of additional floor area for providing an accessory covered garage, the garage has to be accessible and usable. And I'm not convinced that the proposed location and the configuration is viable and would serve as an accessory covered garage. And therefore, to qualify for 20% additional floor area, I mean, I don't think that would work. So to qualify for the 20% additional floor area, the applicant needs to indicate on the plan the areas that are located under, also need to indicate the area under the sloping roof. That's the second comment I have. So to qualify for that 300 square foot of garage, the applicant needs to provide a maneuverability plan and reconsider the location of the garage and the curb cut to make it a viable accessory garage, and therefore benefit from the floor area bonus that one gets for a covered garage. And also to qualify for the 20% additional floor area, the applicant needs to indicate on the plans the areas that are located under the sloping roof. With regards to the as-of-right plan, per zoning resolution, a minimum side yard width of 5 feet is required. The conforming plan provides an 8-foot wide side yard. By allowing a 5-foot wide side yard on the west side, it will allow for a wider floor plate, at least 20 foot wide in the front, and the building can extend further in the rear and retain a minimum a 10-foot wide floor plate. So I want the applicant to revise the as-of-right floor plan and accordingly, and the sections and elevations accordingly. Also, to be consistent, to be consistent, the FAR that is being analyzed for the as-of-right should be the same. That means apply the same issue of 300 square foot for accessory garage and 20% for additional floor area under the sloping roof, which was not done for the as-of-right. So the applicant needs to do that. So moving on to the findings, the uniqueness. I want the applicant to provide more details for the corner lots that were analyzed within the study area, including existing floor area, zoning district, permitted use, FAR, lot area, and land use. The corner study captures lots with only residential use and lots with commercial and community facility use, and it's not covering a huge area. I want the applicant to expand the study area a little bit, and I would say the applicant should analyze the corner lots that are located on blocks between East 55th and East 57th Street, while as a standalone site, it does not suffer due to its irregular lot shape and size, and also being a corner lot. However, I do believe it qualifies for zoning resolution section 23-33, which is the special provision for development of existing building on small lots, since it was commonly held for a period of time with lot 57 after 1961. So I want the applicant to kind of clarify. The uniqueness analysis needs to be broadened and needs to be analyzed more thoroughly. With regards to the neighborhood character, the applicant needs to clarify what is the mapped width of the street bed and what is it built to. It seems East 56th Street is 56th Street's mapped width is 80 feet, though it is built to 44-foot width, and all the buildings fronting on East 56th Street are set back from the mapped width. So the applicant is to clarify if there is any capital improvement plan to widen East 56th Street. Provide a front yard study along both street frontages to establish the context. For street frontage of East 56th Street, analyze the lots that are fronting on East 56th Street from Avenue O to Avenue N. The neighborhood character study provided shows there is a mix of 1 and 2 family homes in the neighborhood with smaller, it's kind of a mix. It's almost like 50-50. So I do not have an issue with a 2-family being provided unless it becomes an encumbrance for the site to accommodate 2-family, and then applicant needs to clarify that. And that's why I'm asking the applicant to expand the study area, same as the proposed for uniqueness to determine the neighborhood context. The statement of fact refers to some figures related to average home size and front and side yards in the neighborhood. I want the applicant to provide this analysis to support the statement and provide, and preferably, I mean, we typically see the analysis with a map that shows where, what is the typical front yard widths are along these in the study area. Same thing with what is the typical side yard width in the study area. So the applicant needs to provide that. And to be consistent, the applicant needs to use the same study area as proposed for the uniqueness. So moving on to the self-created, title search has been provided for the 2 abutting lots from 1976 to 1998, lot 57, and the subject lot, lot 53, that is, was under common ownership. And building on lot 57 is a semi-detached building which was built in 1920s. The structure that existed on the subject lot based on 2005 Sanborn map seems to have been a detached building, detached from the building on lot 57, as evident from also from the site photos. And also the site photos show that the building on lot 57 has windows along the site lot, line adjoining the subject lot, which is set back also from its property line, lot 57. So I want the applicant to provide historic Sanborn maps and, if possible, certificate of occupancy of the buildings on the subject lot from pre-1960 to 2007, and also clarify when the garage was built on the subject lot. It seems there was a garage on lot 53 based on some document I saw. So the applicant needs to clarify that and who was using that garage. Provide an analysis if the sites were combined, or would it have resulted in an as-of-right development or a reduced waiver during the period when they were in common ownership. Minimal, as I mentioned, the as-of-right plan needs to be revised to determine the extent of the hardship. And also an 8-foot minimum distance would be required between the entire length of the abutting side yard with building on lot 57. The applicant is seeking the front yard waiver along both street frontages. Since it is a deep lot, the applicant should look at ways of maybe reducing the waiver on one of the frontages. And honestly speaking, I am on the fence on this one as to which front, where it is possible. I do believe East 56 is the one where more setback should be provided because it has the context, whereas Mill Lane, which is not a mapped street, I believe, because it's not on the zoning map, and the buildings on Mill Lane are kind of haphazardly laid out. So there is not a uniform front yard, whereas East 56 has a much more uniform front yard, but I recognize that the depth of the lot reduces there. So how one achieves it, it's a more of a creative game. And I would like the applicant to clarify that. And also the applicant needs to clarify if the waiver would be less if it were a one-family home. And while the ask may not be significant, there are some basic threshold elements that the applicant needs to address, specifically the as of right, what can be built as of right, the self-created hardship. Those are the two main things. Those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I have similar comments. The only thing I'm going to repeat, or I guess speak up a bit, is the neighborhood character and context. I feel like this, especially on 56th Street, I feel like this is outside of the neighborhood context. The size of the building is outside, just the way it's masked, I feel, is outside of neighborhood context. I think they should redesign to fit more in line with the neighborhood context of this area. Other than that, my comments are very similar.
Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Other than addressing the self-created hardship issues that you had identified, I don't have any additional comments, and I'm fine with it being a two-family home because 71% of the 41 lots that are greater than 2,500 square feet are improved for two-family homes. So I don't really feel that that would really disturb the neighborhood character. And as the FAR is still going to be way below 1.0, I don't think it's going to be an issue as regards the minimal variance.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with you regarding the self-created hardship. I believe they need to provide more clarifications on that. In addition, I'm not sure about the accessibility for the proposed garage. The proposed distance between the buildings, even assuming that they're gonna use the adjacent building side yard in addition to their side yard as a driveway, that distance is 6 feet 7 inches.
Commissioner Shen, no, the access to the garage would be from East 56th Street, not from Mill Lane.
So it's going to be directly from the street?
Yeah, if you look at the floor plan, if you look at the plot plan, BSA drawing 003.1, there's a curb cut that is proposed, and the curb cut it's going to require a really, it's not even a U-turn, it's like a V-turn.
Oh, I see that. Yeah.
And I'm not one of the best drivers, so looking at that, I am trying to figure out how would I access it. And given that this garage is not a rectangular garage, its widest point, it is 13 foot, and it narrows down to 9 foot very quickly. So
not to 9 feet, actually. It's less than 9 feet.
6 feet. 6 feet.
9 feet is including the grassed area, but it's 6 feet, 6.2 feet.
Right. So to accommodate a parking space that has to be, 8 foot wide, I'm not sure how one gets the car in and be able to, and also maneuver. So that's why I'm questioning it. And I know the zoning allows for a bump up in FAR if you provide a covered garage of 300 square foot. And this is exactly a 300 square foot garage, but I doubt it's going to be used as a garage given the shape of it and the accessibility of it. So my question is therefore, why are we providing a 1 FAR bump up when is not going to be provided? It's not going to be used unless you locate the curb cut in a different way where the access is more straight on. Maybe you can fit in a car, and please don't tell me you're going anybody who is going to have this car is going to have either a Beetle or a Mini Cooper, and therefore this parking space is adequate.
I agree.
We don't put conditions on type of car ownership.
It's a very tight place to park a car. Yes, I agree.
Right.
So
that's why
I was wondering if it's possible to enlarge it from the north, from the southern side, and probably like shift it, make it wider from the front and wider from the back. I'm not sure if this is doable. I believe if this is doable, it would even enable providing some landscaping at the back of the rear of the garage too.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's for the applicant to clarify.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with all of your comments. I also think that in addition to the garage being pretty difficult to, whether you're a good driver or not, I think it's going to be pretty hard to park in that garage. I also think that space that they're showing behind the house is also impossible to park in because you have no clearance in which to parallel park into that space. So neither parking spot seems feasible for the proposed two-family. I also, I agree with you that East 56 would benefit from a larger front yard to be more consistent with the neighborhood context, but it also seems like it would be great to be able to get the full 8-foot distance between the two buildings, given that the existing building to the west has a number of side yard windows. And I know that that's maybe not the intent, but they're so close to being able to provide 8 feet. It seems like it's a struggle between the front yard on East 56th Street and that distance between buildings question. So I realize we can't necessarily get both, but it does seem challenged, and maybe satisfying one or the other in a more satisfactory way would make us question both of them less, right? So yeah, but again, the parking and the two-family, I question whether the parking is really being met.
Yeah.
Other than that, you had very thorough comments and I agree with you. I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next item is item number 26, 2022-26BZ, 1418 Shore Boulevard, Brooklyn.
We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. We have not received a community board vote on this application. This is an application for a special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-622 to enlarge an existing one-story, one-family detached home on the subject lot that is located in Brooklyn Commuter District 15. The applicant is seeking a waiver of floor area, open space, lot coverage, side yard, and rear yard. This is in a flood zone. The zoning chart is not consistent with the zoning charts in the plan, so please consolidate those. The applicant, as I mentioned, is proposing to enlarge the building to add a second floor and an attic and increase the floor plate by extending to the rear lot line. The applicant has provided demolition study analysis, and based on that, 63% of the exterior wall will be retained on the first floor. However, I have to say the line drawing, that the information that's been provided in this set, it is one of the best example for this special permit, and the information is clear and easy to follow, and I think this should be used as a sample. I would like the applicant to add a note to the proposed seller plan that it is not going to be used for any sleeping or living habitation purposes. Since the site is in the flood zone, the board is not waiving any of the flood regulations that would be applicable to the site. Therefore, a note should be added to the plan that DOB shall review and approve flood regulations applicable to the site. BSA is not waiving any flood regulations, and it should be also noted in our resolution and the plans. So I think the ask is minimal. The proposed FAR is less than 1 FAR, and though I would say the lot coverage map is incorrect, and the subject sites, it's not showing the subject site in the lot coverage, but that's a minor thing. I really don't have any other question. I'm very satisfied with this application. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I have no comments on this.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I would add, I noted that the zoning analysis indicate that the proposed floor area is 1. not 0.98 as mentioned in the statement of facts. So I'm not sure which one is correct. Whether I do believe that the statement of facts is more accurate. So they need to probably fix the zoning analysis.
Right, and that's why, thank you for pointing that out. I actually was comparing the zoning analysis chart with the zoning analysis chart that's provided with the drawings. And I'm going by the drawing. The drawing says 0.9 there, so.
0.98, yeah.
Right, so it needs to be consistent throughout the document.
I'm not sure why they are calling the lowest floor cellar. Is it like, is this the right terminology to call it cellar? Although it's above grade almost?
Because this is in a flood zone. Because it's, go ahead, Ms. Prenger.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that because it's in a flood zone, it sounds like you were going to say that the cellar and the basement are, the line that it's measured from is different.
Yeah.
It's from the design flood elevation.
I see. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Nope, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I think that it's measured from what's called the reference plane, which is the height of the first floor that has to be above the design flood elevation in these flood zones. I had to look it up myself because it does seem abnormal to see the cellar fully above grade, but the new flood zoning is that you establish a reference plane for the first floor, and that has to be above the design flood elevation, which typically is 13 feet. And so you end up with this much taller building. It is also confusing when you look at the zoning chart because it's like apples to apples, but it's actually not, because the whole thing is raised up from a totally different measuring point. But even then, all of your comments about the inconsistencies on the zoning analysis sheet, I also found to be inconsistent with base height and total height between the existing and the proposed. So I'd like the applicant to also look at that. And then this is maybe more minor, but the front yard goes from the existing depth of 14 foot 7 3/16 to a proposed depth of 15 foot and a half inch. And it wasn't clear to me why the project gains that 5 inches or so in the front yard, because I thought that wall was actually to remain. So if the applicant can clarify the changing depths of the front yard, it may be a reclad or something, you know, but, or it might just be a typo. Either way, the applicant, if they
I
could
did
confirm-
notice that, yes, I did notice that, yes. I was wondering if it was a reclad. Thank you for pointing that out, Commissioner Yoon, yeah.
If they could just explain in the session, the review session, that would be great. And I don't have any further comments on this. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Yes, I also noticed that, and I was wondering if that's a result of the recladding. Okay.
Okay, the next item is item number 27, 2022-64BZ, 2021 East Fifth Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Committee Boards Committee has voted to approve this. A full board vote has yet to be held. So we await for that, and we have received a letter of support on this application. This is an application for a special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-622 to enlarge an existing 2-story, 1-family detached home on the subject lot located in Brooklyn Community District 15. The waivers that is being requested are floor area and the maximum permitted perimeter wall height. The site, so there are some legally non-complying, the building has a legally non-complying perimeter wall height of 22 feet, and it has also a legally non-complying front yard. A historic sandborne map has been provided to establish that the building footprint has remained unchanged since 1930. That establishes the legally non-complying, the front yard part of it. The applicant is proposing to enlarge the existing building by adding to the rear. I would like the applicant to add a note to the seller plan that the seller plan is not going to be used for any sleeping purposes. The FAR analysis that has been provided is incomplete. It needs to identify the built FAR of all lots within the study area. The maximum permitted is 0.85 FAR. The built FAR should be close to the proposed built FAR should be close to 1 FAR. What is being proposed is 1.19 FAR. So the applicant needs to reduce the building floor area. I would recommend the applicants shave off the dormer in the attic in the rear. And I would say that the building design is very respectful of its built context and in terms of the front facade and how it extends it to the side. But the FAR, as I said, the proposed FAR is 1.19, and the context-wise, the FAR is much lower than that, so it needs to be brought down to 1 FAR. Otherwise, I'm satisfied with this application. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments with regard to the reduction of the FAR and have no further comments on this application.
Okay. Commissioner Otley-Brown?
I have no additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
My only comment was the FAR. I noted that it's higher than the surrounding area, and I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Yeah, I second Commissioner Shetta's comment, and that was the only comment I had on the application.
Thank you. Right.
Item number,
Next-
I'm sorry.
next
Item
case.
number 28, 2022 85BZ, 257 Coleridge Street, Brooklyn.
1 second, I'm just going to the plans. Just give me a second. Okay. So we have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. The committee board has voted to approve this project. This is an application for a special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-622 to enlarge an existing 2-story, 2-family detached home to a 1-family home on the subject lot located in Commuter District 15 of Borough Brooklyn. The applicant is seeking a waiver of floor area ratio, open space, lot coverage, side yard, and rear yard. The subject site has a legally non-conforming rear yard, and a historic sandboard map has been provided to establish that. I have one question: is the existing garage partially located outside the subject lot? Based on the historic sandbound and sight lines, kind of seem like so. It is in AE flood zone. The applicant is proposing to convert the 2-family into 1-family and enlarge the building by adding an attic. The proposed FAR is 1.04, and a basic threshold has been met with regards to the demolition. More than 50% of the existing exterior wall and joist is being proposed to be retained. The analysis presented on the plan is incorrect regarding the existing wall and the walls to remain for both first floor and second floor. On the first floor, 13-foot 1.5 inch has been counted twice. And on the second floor, the wall around the terrace has been counted in the existing wall to remain. Though this would not affect the threshold, the drawing should be revised. Since the site is in flood zone, board is not waiving any of the flood regulations that would be applicable to the site. A note should be added to the plan that DOB shall review the approved flood regulations applicable to the site, and BSA is not waiving the flood regulations. And this should be also noted in our resolution. I want the applicant to clarify the 2 axonometric drawings that's been provided for Coleridge Street frontage. The line weight makes it difficult to read the drawing, and so I was not quite sure whether we're looking at the same street frontage or whether these are 2 different building form. Add a note in the seller plan that no sleeping accommodation shall be permitted. So the built FAR is predominantly less than 1 FAR. It seems only there are 5 homes that are above 1. And the block front has very wide front yard and narrow rear yard, less than 30 foot deep. So in terms of neighborhood context, the building needs to set back to allow for a deeper front yard and bring the FAR to no more than 1 FAR. Those are my comments, Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with you on the setback and to lessen the FAR, and have no further comments on this.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I also agree that the FAR should be reduced to 1.0, and I have no additional comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. On the FAR, I totally agree that it need to be brought down. The other point I was actually puzzled about is the flood zone issue. What the applicant is mentioning is that the site is located within the AE flood zone. When you look at the FEMA map and you look at the snapshot from the flood zone, if you look at the flood map, if you look at the total flood map for the area, it sounds like, yes, the site is in AE. But when you look at the snapshot that's taken to the side, it shows that the site is in zone X. I'm not sure if my understanding is that zone X is different from AE zone. And even further, I went to FEMA, and let me just minimize my comments and try to yeah, this is the FEMA flood map I obtained from the FEMA website. The site is more or less here. So this is consistent with the submission from the, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if this is the submission from the applicant. If you look here, the site is in AE here, it sounds like it's not. If I look at the FEMA, map, this is the location of the site. Hold on 1 second, Bill. Come on. Anyway, I probably closed the window that I downloaded from FEMA, but this is confusing for me. Whether we need a confirmation from the applicant whether the site is in zone X, and hence it's not going to be like subject to flood. When I'm talking about flood regulations, I'm not talking about the appendix, just appendix G. I'm talking about the height and the configuration of the building itself. I don't want that we grant this and then they go to the DOB and then everything changes and then they come back. So I'm asking them to make sure before moving forward that this is really in a flood zone. If it's not, it's better for them to account for that for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sheta, take off your notes. Okay, got it.
Thank you. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Right. And I
Okay,
think that
that's
was
it. This concludes the review session for April 11th, 2023.
So I have a question. Do you all want to take a 10-minute break and then come back for public hearing? I can't see all the commissioners. You want to continue going?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Let's continue. We shall forge ahead. Sometimes I ask for this break between review and public just to give the applicant a little bit of time to get their team grouped and regrouped and reoriented. That way we are not waiting for them. So that is the other reason sometimes I ask that question.
Okay, and we're still calling the three separately, right?
Yes, we are calling the
Okay.
three.
Okay. Okay, so you want to put the screen up, Jella?
Hi, sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties. One
Okay,
moment.
okay, take it easy, take it easy.
Okay.
No, it still says review. Okay, good. We're in the hearing now. Okay, good. Okay, good morning. Good morning, still. Good morning. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for April 11, 2023. We'll commence with the zoning calendar, continued hearing items, item number 20, 2021, 26 BZ, 12 Cole Street, Brooklyn. There are two attendees. That is Barbara Cohen and Elise Fullader.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm not a host. Okay, I can't do that. Okay. Please join us. You want to let them in? Because I can't do it.
I need to be made a co-host. to let
Oh,
them-
I'm not even a co-host either, so for some reason it's not.
Okay.
Carlo?
Am I a co-host?
Yeah, you're a guest. Yeah.
I'm a
Not
guest, right?
co-host. Yeah, I'm
No,
not a
I'm not.
co-host. Carlo's the only host. What the heck? Okay.
All right. Let's take a, can we just take a short break? Let's get these this little bit ironed out. Let's take a break.
No, let Carlo, we already called it. I don't know.
Oh, we already called it?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. You're the only host, Carlo?
I'll make host. Hold on.
Yeah, because we can't, Elise can't get in. Barbara Cohen disappeared. Oh, there's Barbara. Okay. Jella has to.
Okay.
Elise is in. Elise, you want to join us, please? Where's Barbara?
Where is Barbara? Yeah.
We should
I
also
could've-
have a Ming.
A Ming Lin?
Yeah, Ming is
Yeah.
here.
Okay, let me allow her in. Okay.
Him, and then
Allow, I should do allow to talk,
I did Ming already.
change the role to panelist, okay?
Yeah.
and then also
do
if there's a Kathleen or Hiram, maybe.
No, I only see,
Okay, we don't need them if they're
I
not.
only see
in.
two other people,
Fine.
not yours.
And then do you see a Franco Facili? I don't know if he wants to come. He's the owner.
I don't see him in the room.
Okay, it's no problem. I mean, these are the people, Barbara and Ming are the people we really
Okay, let me switch,
try to get
let me,
to.
you have to raise your right hand, unmute Barbara and Mr. Cohen. Ms. Cohen and Mr. Lin, unmute. Can you unmute, Mr. Lin? Thank you. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to the board member questions?
I do.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Fullader, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Thank you. Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant. I'm here today with Barbara and Ming as the architect, Barbara economic analysis, and we'll go through your comments. I don't know if Coles is the appropriate case to show this on, but at some point I'd like to show the neighborhood character analysis where we go through the heights on the block and the social block, more the social block, but that is probably more applicable for the next two items.
Yes.
So I think on this, we really appreciate your comments. We really tried to focus this time, as you pointed out, on our uniqueness and our as of right scenario. And we're ready now, once we come to a conclusion on these 3 sites, we'll act on the seeker ASAP. We just didn't want to waste anyone's review or time. We know that takes a long time to review. So we haven't, to answer Vice Chair Shabetta's comment, we haven't responded yet to the seeker because we were waiting to see if the board felt there was a case here. And now we'll act ASAP after this hearing on all of those issues. So Barbara, if you want to address maybe the economic analysis questions, I think those are the ones that need to be addressed for this.
Sure. Well, first I'm going to just answer the as of right construction cost question. The reason for the slight differences in the price per square foot is in the if you look at the facade area ratio and which is comes from a chart which is based on the perimeter, the linear feet around the lot, rather the building, and then it's matched up to the chart. So what I did actually, because I thought that was where things were then becoming a difference, and I think on another one, the sprinkler number was a little different on one versus the other. But if you make it all the same, you come out with the same price per square foot. So that's where the differential comes into play on the costs. So,
Thank you.
okay. Next, you're right. Some of the labeling on the stacking plan was incorrect. In cases, I had 2-bedroom and 2-bath. It should have been 2-bedroom and 1-bath. And if another one where again 2-bath should have been either 1 or 1.5 bath. So I'll go back and review those. I'm not sure it played into pricing or if it was just a copy and paste problem. The units are different. Some have a terrace, some have a rear yard, and so on. So I'll go back and review the whole thing, and also see whether rents needed to be adjusted or not, and come back with a better matching stacking plan to the plans. Parking, I'll go back and look to see what
I think parking is for Columbia, right? Parking.
Right. So, I mean, I was just hitting just all the items that fell into my lap. And I think that was sort of kind of it. So, but I can repeat myself when you get to them.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So I think with this one, there's no more comments. It's more the other 2 we have to delve deeper.
Right. Commissioner Otley Brown, you're satisfied with the response that Ms. Cohen has provided?
Well, for the responses that Ms. Cohen has given me so far, it's great. And when we get to Columbia, we'll talk about the parking.
Right. Yeah, the only thing we still don't know with the revising of the stacking plan, will that result in adjusting of the rents and the change? While, I have to say, we are looking at all 3 sites separately. The reason I asked for the economy of scale in terms of the development, where there is saving on one project, it can benefit the other project sites also. So that's one of the reasons why you may gain on one side more, but the other side, the return may be a little less, but that would play off on the developments when you put them all together. That is another thing that I have in the back of my mind when I'm analyzing this also.
I believe in the financials, we show them one parcel at one site at a time,
Right, exactly.
So
right. And while the return on one may be a little bit more than the others, which is okay, but then that offsets the return, lesser return on the other side. So that's how I'm balanced. In my mind, at least, I'm balancing it and evaluating it since it's under one ownership. Any other questions or comments for the team? All right, let's go to the public on this one.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 2021-26 BZ 12 Cole Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, you can call on our toll-free, our telephone number is 646-558-8656. And our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. Hold on a second, 4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 869-8044-9555 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will only press the pound sign. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling in on the phone. And if you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand if you wish to speak on this application. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Thank you, Jella. We're waiting for the clock to run down.
I think the best on this one as to how long it will take for you to respond to them, it would make sense to set one date for all 3 of them.
Agreed,
So-
and I think it should be timed with seeker is the big
Yeah.
thing.
Yes, yes. So I'm not going to ask that question on this one for now. Once we get to the last case, we can discuss the timing for submission for all of them.
And I just asked the environmental consultant how much time they think they need from seeker, or at least a check-in for like a
Mhm.
response of some sort.
Yep. Right, okay. Okay, let's go to the next case.
Okay, item number 21, 2021-27 BZ, 13 LaCour Street, Brooklyn. Everyone raise their hands again. Ms. Afolidare, Ms. Cohen, Mr. Lynn. And unmute. Could I see full screen? Thank you, Jella. Do you affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes.
I do.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. Thank you so much for your comments. I'm here with Barbara Cohen, who does economic analysis, and Ming from the architect's office. Jella's raising her hand. I don't know what to do about
Yeah,
that.
Jella's hand is up. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. I'm just raising my hand because someone in the waiting room, Nicholas
Oh, is that
J.
the owner?
Oh, right, he's the owner.
No, Franco's the owner, but I think Nicholas, Ming, isn't Nicholas connected to you? Isn't he from your architect?
Gianetta?
Yes, he's our principal.
He's the
Oh,
principal
do you want him
architect.
in?
Okay, I just let him in. I just
I'll let him
wasn't
in.
sure if he was a member of the public and you had called the public and for the last one. Thank you.
Okay, there you go.
Okay,
So he needs to be sworn in?
yeah, if he's gonna speak.
Okay.
Unmute,
Mr.
Nicholas.
Mr. Gianetta, please unmute and join us by video, please, if you can.
We don't really need him to speak because we have Ming.
Okay, all right, so Mr. Gianetta, if you're not gonna provide any testimony, I won't swear you in, but if you are, then I'll swear you in at that point. Let's move on.
No problem, thank you. So if it's okay, I will share my screen because I'm gonna share the neighborhood character study. So hold on, I have to find it. Where did it go? Oh, here. Share. Okay. Not
No, it's a
this.
resolution.
Yeah, I have all this. Okay, so I think this was the best one. So we provided a neighborhood character study, which showed the neighborhood context. And I think maybe what we have to do is do a closer dive into the subject block as well. But you can see from here that maybe not on our subject lot. I would agree that a lot are 3 stories, but directly across from, look, I always say this wrong, LaQueer. I feel bad. I feel, yeah, I screw it up every time, but you can see that across the street, there is a 54-story and a 46-story build.
46 feet, you mean?
I mean, 46 feet, sorry. 46-story, I meant 46 feet. A 46 and a 54, which are both more than 4 or 5-story buildings approximately. And then I wanted to also just point out, and that's why the resolution is that for 15 Weir, the board approved a total height of 43 feet with an FAR of 2.51 or 3,896 square feet. So I highlighted that from that resolution.
But it was a 3-story building.
I think it was a 4 because Ming wasn't it?
It's 4 stories.
Oh, it was a 4-story building?
Yeah.
Yeah, it says 4 stories in the reso.
Yeah, and then I'm pointing out how tall it was and its FAR.
Okay.
So while,
Well,
yeah, sorry.
I appreciate that statement. I still think the context here, the predominant build context is residential on this block, and this block has, 3-story buildings. So I am.
And then I guess my other question to that was, is it about the look? Because let's say we did something like a setback, would that solve the problem for you at all?
You need to provide that analysis. It's very difficult for me to, and I have not received a very, and I'm looking at the study that was provided back in September of 2022, which has some of the site photos. And the building that you said is 54, it has a basement and a raised 1-story, whereas the proposed building is going to be all 4-story building, not a basement. So there is a difference. And I'm just looking at the buildings. Yeah. And the corner building has a commercial on the ground floor and 3-story residential above. So there is and it's more of a building that is fronting on Columbia, with it being a corner street. It has the commercial storefront on the Columbia part of it. So I'm not fully convinced, but you can try setting it back to see whether that reduces the building appearance along Liquor and is more in keeping with the build context there.
Okay, no problem. Just wanted to throw different ideas out there because we want to
Yeah.
come to a somewhat agreement today, so we can make sure that our seeker is underway and but we'll study.
Yeah, and I'm not. The problem is I have to go to the best is would be Google Street View. Let me just quickly go to the Google Street View. Yeah, the building right next to it is a 3-story building. The other building is a garage with a building setback, 2-story, 3-story. It's a very uniform. Maybe consider setting back the building above the 3 floor.
No problem. And then maybe we can do like a streetscape with 15 and other buildings on it. Maybe that would help visualize it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
At least you still have the rendering on Lucas Street for the board.
Yeah, definitely. Let me see.
Can you share that with the chair? Everybody else.
Open folder. No problem.
Yeah, I think having the flexibility to consider the setback, is important, particularly as you run the financials for the building and, to get that right balance between the costs and the income.
Okay. Yeah, the financing, I understand that is one of the components, and since that also you need to justify, then I realize it's a little bit on the margin. There's not much room, but see if you can accommodate it through a setback.
Yeah. I'm trying, sorry, we submitted a lot of different documents on this, so I'm trying to find when we did the. Ming, do you have it open, or, I mean, I have it somewhere, I just have to find it. Rendering. So we provided it to the community board too.
I mean, losing a full unit is a, you know, is a big deal. So I think, you know,
You want me to share the
Yeah, maybe
elevation
you
drawing?
should, sorry, if you have it, if you have the rendering up in front of you, I can
have the
find it
rendering.
eventually, it just, I didn't think to, and now I'm looking for it. I'm struggling. Because we changed it once or twice. And so I'm trying to look for the.
So if you see 15 Lucre,
Oh,
it's a
that, I thought you
4-story
meant like the
building.
rendering, sorry,
I mean, it'd be better if you have the street view of the renderings.
yeah.
So you want us to lower a story and then it doesn't kind of match 15 Lucre. And then I believe 17 Lucre is about the same height with it on the facing the street.
Well, did that get a variance?
That is the variance building that was
Yeah.
was built.
That's the one I show you the resolution with 43 feet.
43 feet, okay.
I don't know why it's 46.6 on this or how.
That's with the parapet. They don't count the
okay,
parapet
yeah.
and stuff.
I see. And how many units are in that building?
I believe only 3 units. Let me see.
Go back to the resolution.
They have parking on the ground floor. And then upper
Okay.
floor is each floor is 1 unit.
Right. So it's 3 units with parking, and here you have 4 floors of units with 2 bedrooms and 1 bedrooms. There's a difference, financing wise also.
Mhm. And the community board, actually, I just want to point this out. We actually had more parking in our original proposal for these 3 sites. I forgot which site it was in, but we reduced parking because the community board asked us to.
It was Cole Street. We originally had parking at Cole, but the board had a strong content on it.
Okay.
So we removed that parking.
And these were condos unit, the 1 and 15?
I don't know if they're,
I don't know, the condo rental.
yeah, I'm not sure. We would have to get back to you on that.
Okay. So this is what I would suggest. Just show me an analysis of building setback on liquor on the 4th floor and show the financially and show me if it's feasible or not.
Okay. Barbara, does that make sense to you? It's good.
Yeah, I mean, we can do the sensitivity analysis. That's easily done.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. And I'm just looking at the plan of liquor. You had It was the ground floor that had one unit, right? One bedroom, and the floors above were 2 bedrooms.
No, I think
Yeah.
that one, isn't it one bedroom,
Yeah.
one bath, and then one bedroom,
It's all one bedroom.
1.5?
Right, no,
Yes.
I think it's 1 bedroom on the ground floor and then 2 bedrooms on floors 2 through floor.
No,
They're all one bedroom units.
no, there's
I
a,
They're all
have the
on
same thing that the chair has. So there's
Yeah.
something in your paperwork that must be wrong because I have 3 2-bedrooms and 1 1-bedroom.
on liquor?
Yes.
Yes, so it's wrong somewhere. So check all your work, please, and make sure it matches with the plans.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, I will check that again. Okay, liquor. Do you want me to check now, or can we just check that?
You can check back later on, but please make sure with all 3 projects, the floor plan that we are reviewing and are commenting on and you're analyzing is same.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, this is what I have as part of the submission dated 9/27/2022.
These are my last proposed is I can share, I mean, the last proposed plans that were.
Well, if you did, at least it was not provided to us. So we are basing it off a plan from 9/27/2022. And so if your analysis is not based on that, the whole financial analysis is, then we're reviewing something different.
Yeah, can you,
I don't think you're gonna be able to find your error while you're sitting here in the
Right.
hearing,
Yeah.
to be honest with you. But I agree with the chair. There is a set of plans out there that I also consulted that said that there are 3 2-bedroom apartments with no outdoor space according to the plans.
Right.
So that's my note. So I think you're gonna just have to go through your submissions and find that set, void it out. If it's true that you just have 1 bedrooms alone.
Okay.
I'll
So
double,
I think the question on liquor is still outstanding because we are back to question on the financing. The financing will be maybe different based on the analysis that we would get. And my question still remains at large as to why can't it be set back or reduced?
yeah, and we'll look into that. So no matter what, we have to do that. So.
Right. All right. Any other questions or comments? Do you have any, sorry, Ms. Pollard, do you have any other questions or on liquor for us?
I don't think so. I think we have to look at the reduction, like you said, and then we have to make sure we all have the same plans that we're looking at the same.
Yeah, and for all 3 projects. Okay.
If it's helpful,
Uh,
I found that rendering that you presented to the community board, and I can just put it up on the screen.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for
Okay.
being more organized than I.
It's in the certification of presentation materials you typically.
Oh,
but
yeah,
there's a
that makes sense.
rendering of I think each proposal, but this is the one on Luker.
Mm-hmm.
So this is interesting. I mean, because the site is under common ownership, I'm assuming these windows, are these going to be legal lot line windows?
Yes, they're gonna be a lot line windows.
Okay. Well, that definitely adds to the value of the units compared to 16 liquor.
15 recording.
Sorry, 15 liquor. Oof.
Yeah.
So, So I don't know if that has been factored into the financing.
I'd have to take a look, but you know, still what it comes down to is the unit type, you know, how many bedrooms and baths, that's really the priority factor that you're renting.
You know,
Meaning-
like I said, this particular area, most of the homes here have on an average 3 units. What is being proposed combined together is a lot more, and not to mention even individually, each lot is providing more than 3 units. So, you know, while I realize that this is very much on the margin, but you know, there is a lot of benefit this site is getting by building all 3 sites and being able to provide so many units, much more than what it could have. It couldn't provide any units as of right, but so I am factoring that into the analysis. And so do keep that in mind and look at ways to reduce the bulk.
Okay, I think that makes sense.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Fullader and her team?
No, but thank you so much, Commissioner. You too many things to look through. I'm glad you remember.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Yoon. It's good to have everybody involved in this project, so we all are doing our bit share.
I agree. I feel like when you said you give applicants, you want to give them a few minutes to collect themselves, I would have taken that, but I'll take it on the next, when you go to the next applicant, and I'll call everyone else.
Okay.
Okay.
Point noted for us also. From now
Okay,
onwards,
all
we
right.
go from review to public hearing. Maybe we give a little bit of break for the team to regroup.
But this team actually did get a chance to speak, so this one works. Just the next 2, I need a few minutes.
Okay, all right. Okay, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 2021-27 BZ, 13 LaCour Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will, and at the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 869-8044-9555 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. And while we are on liquor, the unit on the 2nd floor will have access to the terrace of the garage because
No.
there's a door.
Remember, these are separate lots. Even though they're common ownership, there are lot line issues.
Okay, because I just see a door when I'm looking at the Columbia site plan. I see a door from the liquor side opening onto the terrace. That's why I asked that question.
Also, oh, sorry. No, I'm changing subject, so if you need to continue.
Oh, I was just asking, is that just for access if someone needs to access the roof to Ming, but we can look into that.
So the reason then, if it is an access to the roof and not for safety purposes, but it's an amenity, then that needs to be factored into the analysis.
It's not an amenity. I was just asking for safety purposes. We're not doing anything on it.
No, it's not just a terrace.
I think, again, I think you have a different set of plans. I mean, this sounds a little familiar, and I think it's maybe an earlier set, but so I think I asked that same question, and then things got revised properly.
Okay.
Okay. No one raised their hands.
Commissioner Yoon
Okay.
was gonna say something.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
have a quick question about, you said the community board asked you to remove the parking. What was the intent behind that request? More
Seemed like a-
density or that
seemed
parking
like a-
wasn't needed?
It seemed like a greater idea that they want their community board to be more pedestrian and they don't want to encourage more people to own cars. That's what it seemed like to me. And they understood that we needed some parking and we would put in some parking, but as a general matter, it's just like they asked if less, they felt that there was access to transportation, so we don't need to be.
Okay. Discouraging car ownership was the intent. Okay.
That's what I thought. I hate speaking on behalf of other people, but that's the feeling I got.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Okay, shall we move on to the next case?
Yeah, let's move on to Columbia.
Item number 22, 2021, 28BZ, 375 Columbia Street, Brooklyn. Okay, I have to re-swear you all in. Raise your right hands. Unmute, raise your right hands. Do you affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Yes.
State your name for the record and proceed.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. Thank you so much for your comments earlier. I'm here with Ming and Barbara again. Thank you for having us. On this site, I think the big issue was talking about retail on the first floor. And while we understand your comment, we would like to bring up that since we do not have a cellar, retail space might be difficult here because there's nowhere to store anything for a retail space. And our space would be like 700 or 800 square feet. Similar to the size of the apartment building. So we feel that it would be a limited choice in retail, and not even sure what retail would go there because there's nowhere to store any material.
So here's a question. Why do you think 6 parking spaces needed if the community board is so amenable to not having so many parking spaces?
We were trying to meet middle ground between requirements and asking for the lesser variance and
Yeah, it's a middle ground, so that you have all these they don't want to go by 1 unit per 1 parking per unit. So they want you to reduce it 50%, 30% of the units. So we made a compromise of reducing the parking and giving that much. That 6 parking is generally made, it's a percentage of the overall proposed units.
So even a small coffee shop will not be viable, you're saying, on this site?
I don't know that per se, but we think it would be a real struggle finding someone because of the limited space and nowhere to store anything.
And here the unit types are 1 bedrooms, all 1 bedrooms that are being proposed. Am I reading this correctly?
So did everyone agree? Let me look again.
Yes, and this one has on the second floor out to the terrace. So the one bedroom, 1 bath that all the units are, the second floor rear unit has the roof terrace over the parking.
I thought.
Okay. It is kind of sad that there is an opportunity to provide some activity. I mean, trying to keep the similar vernacular of granted that there isn't that much of commercial space, but there is a potential for it given that this area is changing and there is an opportunity for commercial use on the ground floor. I would say in that case, the building can set back on Columbia.
Understood.
On the 4th floor.
And that's something we're more than happy to look into. We just don't want it obviously to remain vacant.
What about a duplex for 3rd floor and 4th floor to be combined in some way?
I was also going to suggest.
Well, if you're if you're doing a setback, then it has to be a duplex because that front unit, I mean, these are all much smaller units. They're the like 600 and something square feet. So, yeah, I mean, you'd always sort of look to do that when you set back.
I was just going to jump in and say to the chair's point, which I agree with, that everything is generally 3-family and lower here and doesn't go into the multifamily sector. And if you could consider larger apartments in order to compensate for the loss of a unit, and if that factors into the setbacks as requested by the chair, that could be a way of coming up with a compromise that ends up in a 3-family per building, and keeping the radius map consistent with the type and the use, and also addressing the density concern that the chair has.
But Columbia Street too, because right now there are 7 1-bedrooms. You think it should be collapsed into
sorry.
3 2-bedrooms
Sorry.
or something?
My apologies. I'm referring to the other buildings. Thank you for the clarification. Sorry about that. But generally just approaching it with potentially, if you have to lose a unit, obviously considering larger units instead in order to make up for the financial loss of the unit.
Okay. I guess that's something we have to discuss, right, offline.
Okay, yeah, that's something that you need to figure out between all these 3 projects. And again, you know, it's a play. You have to figure out where, I think the context of Columbia and liquor are the strongest, and that's why I picked up on those. Coal is a play. It's like it could go either way. But because it does not, it's kind of the end of the block. It's facing
Expressway.
the expressway. It really does not have any other context other than the 2 buildings next to it. Whereas Columbia, whatever is going to be built on Columbia and Liquor, it really picks up the rest of the block and completes the block. So it is very important for them to be more in context. And while from outside, while one won't know how many units are there, but you are adding significantly more, number of units than what the build context is. And so, you know, how you balance out between all these 3 sites, that's for you. You know, if you want to totally balance it out on an average that is a little less than what you have, that's fine.
Okay.
That's less than what you're proposing, because right now you're proposing like 6 units per building complex almost, on or a 5.5, I would say, on an average.
Okay, so I think that's, rather than putting in, like we discussed, we'll look at doing bigger units and how we can find that compromise and certain.
Yeah, I mean, if you need to work on all 3 sides, and that's why I was like, you're looking at financing individually, but at the same time, you're looking at a return of all 3 together, and how do you make that work? And so, and there is a context also. So combining all 3, how do you get the best result?
Okay, understood. Ming and Barbara, you're good. Okay, just want to make sure nobody else has questions.
Okay. So that's why this project is a little bit tricky, because you have to look at each one of them separately for certain elements, but for other elements, it does make sense to look at them in totality, because this gives you the ability to play with
I agree, and that's why we focused on certain things and we held back in responding in other things, because there's a lot to balance here. So I agree with.
And so when in your submission, you have to kind of justify that and how you're trying to, you know, you're looking at it in totality, but at the same time, on certain aspects, you're looking at it individually, and how you're trying to address those comments that have been raised by the board.
Yeah, understood. I think we have a clear path of what we need to look at, and hopefully we have enough that we can get the seeker rolling.
Yeah, okay. It's not a very difficult project. It's a good project, and I think you're not that out of alignment with the context, but these are the few little pieces of the puzzle that's still not sitting properly.
Understood. Yeah. So we're here because it is a weird block.
Yes, right. So any other suggestions or comments for Ms. Fuller and our team? Yes, Commissioner Otley Brown.
So this is the the case
Columbia.
where I wanted you to, Columbia, where I wanted you to look at your parking rents, because I think you might be understating some of them. And one of them is clearly a condo right now. The others, when I look on the internet, I get higher rental rates per month than what you're showing. So I think that you probably can charge more than $325 a month. And so please take another look at some comparables. I do know in other parts of Brooklyn, you can pay as much as $600 a month. And so you've even drawn comps from those places where the rents are actually high. So let's just take a look at the comps again and see if you can squeeze a little more income out of that, because that actually might help you to restructure the building, because where you might be losing some income in your residential, you could be gaining some income in your parking to make up for it, which might make that setback situation a lot more feasible.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Polidera and her team? Okay, let's go to the public then.
Okay, the case we're currently discussing is 2021-28BZ, 375 Columbia Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, which is our toll-free number. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 869-8044-9555. At the next prompt, you will 955 with then the pound sign, sorry. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you can press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone, and if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. So this is where I get to ask you, Ms. Polidera, how much time you think you will need.
Well, I was told that the next part of the EAS, the phase 2, would take 45 days to complete. So, and then we need a response from DEP. So maybe.
Is that is that including the work? First, usually you submit a work plan and HASP for review, and that's 30 days, and then you do the phase 2 testing. So that might take longer than 45 days.
So I guess what I'm saying is, then what do you think about like 3 months? At least we can tell you where we're at.
So late, yeah, July or August, right?
That's a
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking at least 3 months. Yeah.
But this way we can just at least make sure we're moving it forward and no one's just, putting it to the.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Sorry, the alarm went off, so 1 minute is best. It's best.
So let's try to do sometime in, I would say, to be on the safe side, in September.
September? Okay.
Yeah, because the August submission is in July. So that may be too close for 3 months. So September will give you enough time. So 4 months to get all together in terms of back and forth and response, everything.
And I hope that we can at least get one round of back and forth,
Right.
That's
Yeah.
the dream.
I think that should give you that much time. And you would have also finalized the project before you even.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That gives more than enough time for us to.
Yeah.
Okay, next
And
case.
I would say just kind of provide very clear arguments and space it out as to where you're speaking specific to the subject side with regards to specific elements of neighborhood context and then the overall like financial and uniqueness, those in a package, things like that.
Yeah, so in the next one, I'll update each statement of facts to be separate and apart and different as per our comments from each. Last time it was all one big issue, so I put the same thing in every one.
Right, I think now we have to start separating out because there are different elements affecting each one of them.
Exactly, thank you.
All right. So we said September. Okay,
Thank you.
Okay.
thank you.
Next item is item number 23, 2022 14BZ, 1961 East 21st Street, Brooklyn.
This would be Ms. Altman.
Mhm. Good morning, good afternoon, sorry. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond to city board member questions?
Of course.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Altman, Blue Office of Mayor Altman. We did attend your executive session this morning, and it appears that your board may be satisfied.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments for Ms. Altman? All right, let's go to the public.
So the case we are currently discussing is 2022 14BZ, 1961 East 21st Street, Brooklyn. Should you have any comments, please dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 869-8044-9555 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak if you are on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay, well, I'm going to recommend closing this application. We will try to have it scheduled for May decision, but we will let you know. But I don't think you need to know that, right?
Of course, my client would appreciate sooner rather than later, but we understand you have full calendars on many days.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. We'll try to schedule it for May, if not June.
Thank you.
Okay.
Counting down.
We have a very advanced technology for countdown.
My advanced technology.
I love that you hold up the phone.
Yeah. And it's very cost effective.
Okay.
Okay,
Shall we
motion
vote?
closed.
No, there was no hands raised.
Okay, motion to close.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
New cases, item number 24, 2022 18BZ, 64 Butler Place, Staten Island.
This is Ms. Fullader again.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to come back in, Elise? I don't see you back in the room. Oh, she said she needed a minute, right?
Let's take a 5-minute break. Yep.
Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
I'm sorry, did we already call this case?
Yes, it did.
Oh, we cannot take a break then?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, Elise. Well, give us 5 minutes. Do you wanna? Who's doing the break? Because I can't do that.
But we cannot call a break, right?
No, I think, what are we doing? Because I thought just council said we could.
Yes, we can still call a break. I just want to be sure in case anyone is calling, anyone else outside of the applicants are calling in on this case, that we just clarify that we are taking a break and not.
Okay, so we are taking a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
We're still on this case.
Yeah, okay.
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 Okay, commissioners.
Come on back.
All right. Do we have Ms. Fuller there and her team?
Yeah, we just need Roger Moraes. He's the architect.
Let
And
me let him in.
would like to pull up the plans so he can very clearly explain to you.
Have you been sworn in?
Oh, sorry.
No, you gotta be
I'm
sworn
just-
in.
I'm sorry. I wasn't saying anything on there. I'm just telling you I'm
I
going.
have to recall the case though, Elise. Give me a
Okay,
second.
sorry. I haven't said anything about it, just that I'm sharing eventually.
Yeah, well, I wanted to wait till all the commissioners were present.
Okay.
Okay. It's okay. Okay, so the case we're calling now is 2022 18BZ 64 Butler Place, Staten Island. So Mr. Marase, can you unmute? Thank you. Is that the only two? Is that you and him?
Yeah.
Okay. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth? Mr. Marase, thank you. To please affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, your gosh almighty now. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before the board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I'm here with Roger Moraes. He's the architect for the project. I'm going to share the plans because I think that will really help this tricky understanding of the location of this lot. So proposed plans. Here we go. And then I'm going to turn it over to Roger because he's the expert. But hold on, I have a lot of plans open from other hearings. It's not letting me share any. Oh, there we go. Got it. Share. There we go.
You got it? That's just gonna
Yep.
share.
And then Roger, at any point, if you need like the BPP or anything, I can share that as well.
Okay, great. Thanks, Elise.
So if
All
you
right.
want to explain why 64 versus 65 is in this predicament, I think that's a good place to start.
Sure. Yes, and thank you for your comments and questions at the review session. So yes, we would agree that, that if we were able to obtain a corner lot determination from DOB or technical affairs, that it would facilitate the easiest resolution to this project. So we're going to continue pursuing that. But to answer your question about 65 Butler Place, the existing home that was recently constructed, why that's not a corner lot is because it only contains frontage on Butler Place on that easement extension, whereas the subject property 64 has frontage on two streets. It has it on both Butler and Tilson. So therefore that's a corner lot, and it would
Hold on,
it would-
but that's
excuse me,
the
very
argument
lot.
that,
That's
hold
a
on, Mr.
DOB
Moraes.
argument.
But that is the DOB argument. So what you're before us is as an interior street, as an
Right.
interior lot. So if
Right.
it is interior, it is interior to then which street? Is it interior to Tilson or is it interior to Butler?
Right. Sorry, I misspoke. So 64 Butler Place and 65 are both interior lots. The argument is that we would like it to be considered a corner lot. Being that 64 is an interior lot and it has frontage on Tilson, therefore it requires the 30-foot rear yard, which is what we're seeking with this application. So we would like the DOB to interpret it as a corner lot.
But Roger, remember how you explained to me about this piece of it and how it fronts on the actual mapped Butler Place?
Mm-hmm.
I think
Right,
that's the
and-
part they don't understand.
Right. Well, and both properties do front on Butler Place on that mapped portion of the street, but the existing home 65 only fronts on Butler. So a corner lot was never a subject point for that house, whereas the other
So
one,
just so I understand, so Butler only fronts on, sorry, 65, right? 65 only fronts on Butler, which is
Correct.
evident, and it has that minimum frontage requirement of the zoning resolution that therefore it qualifies as an interior lot.
yes, and because it's only one building fronting on an FDNY approved frontage space, it's permitted as of right.
Whereas
Whereas
this-
64 is also permitted, however, being that it's an interior lot, as is the other one, but it fronts and it has a much more shallow depth because it fronts directly on Tilson, and it's only 46.5 feet in width, or in depth rather. Therefore, as of right, it can only be built to a impractical size.
It's interesting. It's an interesting argument, and I that's why I'm finding the DOB, like, while Butler Place is considered a street and a portion of the adjacent lot is considered an interior street because of it meeting the minimum frontage requirement on Butler. However, it doesn't, that it's not an as of right corner lot in the case of the subject lot, even though it has a similar, if not more, frontage on Butler Place and Tilson.
Right. And
That is interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like you said, if we were to map this, then it would be in fact a corner lot, but a mapping application would take many years, a lot of time and effort. So that is not a practical solution to this. And so I'll also just address some of your other questions and comments. So we can certainly look at redesigning the building facade that faces Tilson to more accurately show, or rather be similar to what faces on Butler Place, so that it looks more like a front as opposed to a side. So we could add some windows or do something to make it look less of a side elevation, more of a front.
Yes.
We can certainly look into doing that.
It could be just very simple articulation windows where one of them, because it also enhances more of the interior space. That's why I suggested windows. And if you want to add a little bit more vertical articulation to give it a little bit more of the frontage appearance without adding anything to the cost, there are very simple ways you can do that.
Yes, and we'll certainly look into that. And then we will also add the FDNY conditions to the site plan as per the FDNY approval. And then to answer your other question about why the manufacturing property and the residential property here couldn't be combined or couldn't work together is kind of for three reasons. One, that the district boundary line occurs coincidentally with the tax lot configuration that is not only present, but was in effect before the current owner purchased the property. That district boundary line was there. Lot 54 went through from Chestnut to St. Mary's. And so to somehow merge them or provide access would have required a variance or some other means to do that, being that they're separately zoned. So that's the first reason. The second reason is that there is a significant topographical change there of, let's say, about 6 feet. There's an existing retaining wall. So even if we wanted to somehow link them together, it wouldn't be physically possible because we're at a much lower elevation here. The manufacturing site, it was owned by Sun Chemical, and after it was demolished, and just being with the surrounding roads is much higher up and has more topography, so access would not have been practical. And there's also a four-story existing building there, so to put some type of driveway through that building wouldn't really work. So what we were left with is what we have here, and so even though it was subdivided, whether it was or wasn't, this portion of that property of what was lot 54 could never be built with an adequate building because it's sandwiched between the manufacturing district boundary line and Tilson Place, leaving us this very shallow depth.
Okay. And even if, let's say, if you had changed the orientation of the subdivisions, that also wouldn't have minimized this issue on the subject lot?
No, it wouldn't. This was the most practical and rational way of doing the subdivision. Even if you looked at it as a single zoning lot, you would still need then a large open area, which would create the same situation. So in any way it's done, this is what we're left with. And we felt that this was the most contextual because it yielded buildings of similar size to the neighboring lots. And this lot, even the way it is shown here, it really does provide all the amenities if it were to have a 30-foot rear yard because of the side yard of almost 37 feet. So it has open area for recreation, it has a detached garage. So there's a lot of open space that's still around it.
Is Caltonmere Lane a mapped street?
It's not final mapped, no. And so it's not open.
So going back to the question of even if it were one zoning lot, in order for you to build on it, you would have had to meet all the minimum individual lot size requirement and lot width requirement and
Right.
other requirements. And this subdivision achieves that?
Oh, yeah, yes. We have the appropriate amount of lot area. We have the appropriate amount of lot width for R3A. So the subdivision meets all those zoning requirements. And Caltonmere is actually open. It's not final map, but it is open and traveled.
When was the rezoning before the subdivision or after?
The rezoning was before.
So if the site was subdivided before the rezoning, would it have resulted in the same outcome?
It probably would have. I'd have to look at that and see. So to my memory, I think it was R32 before the rezoning to R3A.
Yes. Yes.
So it would be a different building type. R32 allows semi-detached. It also allows detached. So you would still be left with the same situation here, though, where that you would only have a building with a depth of 6 feet because you still have the same front yard and rear yard condition no matter what.
Okay. The reason for these questions are for you to flesh out the self-created hardship argument. So the questions that are being raised here is for you to use that to frame your argument for the self-created as to when it was under the ownership with the M3 land, what could have been possible, what could not have been possible, viable. And even then, if there was to be any development for residential use, only development on that site could have been achieved through an as of right residential use and not a combined with the manufacturing. And then what would have been the subdivision or the development pattern on that site under the zoning of under the R32 zoning, and would it have still resulted in the same outcome as you have today post R3A rezoning and subdivision?
Okay.
So yeah, I think we need to do like a ownership / zoning history timeline.
Yes.
That I think would really clarify things.
Yes, yes. Okay. Any questions or comments for Ms. Fullader or for Mr. Moraes?
Okay. Everyone shaking their heads no?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
I just have a question in terms of timeline. How long does it take for you to get a read from DOB with regards to it being corner lot? When was it submitted? And
Yeah.
do you know?
So we submitted it to Technical Affairs on February 22nd, and I've contacted them twice in the last 3 weeks since the 30-day review period has been up, and I've not yet received a response. So I am considering reaching back out to DOB and providing them with the same materials I sent to the Technical Affairs, and seeing if they would look at it a second time. And so that's my plan for now, as along with waiting for TA to respond.
Okay. TA for
Technical Affairs.
Oh,
Technical
sorry.
Affairs, yeah.
I out of sense, and what is New
Transit
York
Authority.
Transit doing? Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, we hope that you get the response of DOB sooner. Then you don't have to be tethered to us at all.
Okay, great.
But yeah, because it's like the same argument, but it's being applied halfway. That the whole thing of the Butler Street being counted as a street for the frontage purposes of the other building, but not being counted towards this, and therefore not as a corner street is what I'm kind of finding it interesting. Is
Right.
that so? And that did get all the approval and everything in place, right? And it's not a self-certified application, I hope.
It was self-certified, but it was the zoning review, and it was CVO'd.
Okay. I don't want to raise any issues, but okay. Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2022 18BZ 64 Butler Place, Staten Island. Should you wish to have discussed, dial 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number 888-475-4499. Once at the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 869-8044-9555 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will then press the pound sign. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. And if you're a mute, if you're calling in on the phone, and if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. So how long do you think it will take you to respond to all the comments and correct the statement of facts, self-created hardship specifically, and the neighborhood character and the plans?
Well, I think we're also waiting for DOB, so should we give it a month? I don't know.
That's fine. Yeah, I would say give it a month. We could, I mean, May is a busy calendar, so I think June is more likely.
Okay.
So that puts us in June anyway.
Understood. That sounds fine.
Okay. Okay. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you. We
Great,
need the
thank you.
Okay. Sorry, just give me 1 minute. Continuation of new cases, item number 25, 2022, 23BZ, 1520 East 56th Street, Brooklyn. This is Mr. Micho Sangha.
Hello?
Hi, can you put your camera on, Mr. Sangha, please?
Yes.
So I can swear you in, sir. Look in the bottom of your screen, you should be able to put the camera.
I don't see the camera bottom.
On the bottom, it doesn't say video? Very good. Yay. Nice to see you, Mr. Sangha. How are you? Okay, you're up. You're up.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me swear you in, sir. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed.
My name is Michio Sanga. I'm an applicant.
Okay, you
So wait, you have the opportunity, Mr. Sangha, to listen to the review session.
Yes, I observed the review session this morning. And I have a question. Number one, chairperson asked about the side yard variance. As I understand, those 23-461, that's 461, 3-digit covers both side yard 10 feet and 15 feet. No, sorry, side yard 5 foot and 20 feet, and also distance between building 8 feet. So those variance is under 23-461 covers both. That's what I understand.
So the section that I'm specifically referring to is in the yard regulation section, and there is a minimum distance that is required in the zoning district for of 8 feet.
Yes.
And that's the question I had with regards to the side yard. So while I notice in some areas 8 feet is being provided, but some places the distance reduces to 6 foot. And so I think the requirement is to provide a continuous 8 foot.
Yes, but still that's under the variance 23-461. So the variance is both, I mean, those 8 foot distance between buildings also counted under the 23-461. So that's why I'm getting only objection from the development building for both, just one 23-461 waiver.
Do you have can you share the screen, because I'm unfortunately I'm not able to follow.
I don't understand what you mean.
Can someone share the screen, BSA drawing 003.1? Okay, so if it can be just enlarged a little bit. Is Commissioner Yoon, you're sharing it?
Jella is.
Jella is, okay. All right. So the dimensions that I'm looking at, the building, the 2-story brick vineyard dwelling and the subject building, the distances, so you're seeking a variance of that distance between the two buildings?
Yes, but it's still under the variance for the side yard. There is no particular building between two, distance between two buildings. It's under same the number 23-461.
Okay, so I just kind of want to, just to bring a little bit of a historic reference. The reason for these distances between the buildings, one of the reason was because these were made of brick buildings or a more flammable material. The idea was to maintain this distance. And I would suggest that, I don't know what the material is of, other than it having a brick veneer, the abutting building. And since it was built in the 20s, it's very likely it's a wood construction. I would strongly suggest that should you proceed with any development on the subject site, that it be sprinklered at a minimum. So you're providing the fire protection. I don't know, Commissioner Yoon, you have a question mark on that suggestion.
I think that's usually not something that we would impose or have I guess I would just defer to the fire department and DOB for the imposition of a sprinkler system, because it's not a small ask. But while I'm speaking, I think maybe just to Mr. Sanga's point, I think he was just trying to address your first question about whether the side yard waiver and the distance between buildings waiver was from the same part of the zoning resolution, or if they were the same ask. And I think, and
the answer is
please
yes.
correct me if, yeah, the answer is they're coming from that same section as noted here, 23-461 A and C.
Yeah.
My question was, like similar to you, I wondered if the 8-foot side yard could be made more continuous, and maybe if that were the case, if they were to able to achieve at least the 8-foot distance between buildings, not necessarily the side yard requirement, would that satisfy your concern about fire safety?
Yeah, it would.
Okay. Does that make sense, Mr. Sangha, what I'm proposing?
Yes, yes. I also remember that the fire department requirement that as long as curb to curb is greater than 34 feet, then you don't need the sprinkler for two-family project.
Well, I also think if you were to make the building parallel to the side yard, that setback line requirement, you also get a better space layout, albeit, it may not be perfectly rectangular, but you can get more of the spaces that doesn't require that perfect geometry to be located in that triangulated area. And
I see. But
and,
Madam Chair, you also mentioned that we should have a larger, greater front yard along 56th Street, correct?
yeah, I think between the two frontages, between Mill Lane is not a map street, right?
Yes.
Okay, whereas 56th is, but it is not built to the mapped width.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's why I need a front yard study along 56th Street to see how much of the existing buildings along 56th Street are set back.
Right.
From the mapped and the built street of 56th Street. I recognize that it would be difficult to pull the building back much, but if there is any room for any pull setback from the front yard, it would be best if it can be achieved on 56th and less on Mill Lane.
My question is, I've never dealt with a map street. So in this particular site plan, where the map street starts?
The map street, and I think you provided a survey. I'm looking at the survey. This was part of the evidence of uniqueness hardship study. And so, sorry, repeat your question again.
Well, my question is that the map street is where the map street starts. That's what I'm not familiar with.
Right, your property.
I'm looking at the survey, but which one is the map street? The beginning of map street.
Right. So, so the map street, as I see it, I mean, right now the property fence line is within the bed of map street, and I think the map street width. That's the part I want to be very clear that this property is not within the bed of map street. And that was one question I had. It wasn't clear from the photo, from the map provided if it is within the bed of Map Street. Because I see that I see the property line. I do not see the map with, I thought I'd seen it here, but this is the distance from the various sewer lines. Yeah, but this is showing all the distance between the sewer lines. And the built width of 56 is 44 foot wide. Whereas I think in one of the maps, the study map, it said it's 60 foot or something like that. $80 foot wide. East 56 is mapped to 80 foot width, whereas it is built to 44 feet.
I think that usually the mapped width is the entire width of the public right of way. So
right, including the sidewalk.
Including the sidewalk and any planting that are owned by DOT.
So one of the things you need to make sure that this project is not within the bed of Map Street. Then do you need a GCL waiver? You would need a GCL 35 waiver.
That's a question to me?
I think that's a question I have for our executive director. I think this, if it is within the bed of Map Street of 56, then it would need a GCL 35 waiver also.
Yes.
So that is one thing. It wasn't clear from this map whether it is within the bed of Map Street or not. So for that, you would need to do a survey.
Okay, bed up survey, bed up, what do you say, bed up?
So
the bed of the Map Street.
Map Street. So 56th Street on the zoning map is a Map Street, and the mapped width of 56th Street is 80 feet. However, it has been built to a width of 44.
Okay.
Is the 44 the road bed or is the 44 the public right of way? Because based on the tax map, there's no evidence that this lot is in the bed of a mapped street, but I guess I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, it's not very clear. And I think that is a very basic thing we need to resolve. So you're saying 37, okay, so, okay, I see what you're saying, 30 and 30 and 7. So the map width is, okay, I see what you're saying, Commissioner Yoon. I just looked at the tax map.
Yeah, I don't see anywhere indicating that it would be in the bed of a mapped street. It looks, and I guess I'm trying to find the survey in the file. I'm having a hard time.
No, there isn't any survey that's been submitted.
Okay, then maybe for Mr. Sangha, if you could just submit a survey, and that will be clear for us to understand the public right of way and that it's coincident with your property line as you're showing.
Survey is a part of difficulty.
I see. Existing conditions plan package. Okay. Maybe Jella, can you zoom in? Thank you for sharing our.
Oh, sorry, that was the evidence of uniqueness. I can go to the.
Oh, okay. Evidence of.
Is that right? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, 1 second.
Do you mind zooming in so we can look at that? Yeah, property line that's parallel to 56th Street.
There's a line that's across.
Yeah, it's still not clear where the,
I think it's a little below it though, isn't it?
yeah, this is not showing what is the mapped width of 56.
Yeah.
It's not. No, it's not showing the map width of 65th. So I would suggest that we give a sample for Mr. Sangha to kind of follow for a survey that needs to be provided. I agree with Commissioner Yoon that it doesn't seem it is, but it's not very clear from the map that has been submitted, and that needs to be eliminated because that's a very basic threshold. And I think you would need that for mill lane also to make sure what is the map with the mill lane. And I think if there is any room to play, it is more along the mill lane frontage and less on 56. So if you can orient the building more and get more of your floor area and layout in a way that is parallel to mill lane and the interior side lot line, you might be able to push the building back a little bit on from East 56th Street frontage. And that's why we asked for a front yard study for the buildings along East 56th Street.
Okay.
And you also need to find out if there's any capital improvement plan to widen East 56th Street.
One last question is, as of right plan, Madam Chair, you said it's not correct. What does that mean?
What is not correct? What did I say?
Yeah, you said the revised as of right plan. No?
Oh, in the as of right, what I meant was, in the as of right, let me go back, look at the as of right plan. So in the as of right plan, you're showing a 5 and 8. I see. Okay. No, my mistake. My mistake on that one. You are maintaining that 8-foot distance between the abutting building, and therefore, even though a 5-foot side yard is required, because in order to maintain that 8-foot distance, your side yard is a little bit okay. So that's fine. Ignore that question. That is my mistake. I did not pick up. However, I would say in the as of right, we want the as of right and the proposed to be apples to apples. If you are proposing in the as of right, if you're proposing to use the floor area bump up for the attic, floor area bump up for the garage, that needs to be exercised in the as of right also to show whether that is feasible, and that gets you more building footprint.
I got it.
Because what we are trying to compare is where is the gap between the as of right and the proposed, and do you really need that bump up in the variance? But right now, the as of right only assumes a 0.5 FAR building. It does not assume a 0.5 plus the attic roof plus the garage. However, as I said, in the proposed, the garage, 300 square foot garage at this location and where it's located, it's absolutely is unrealistic in terms of it being used as a garage. And therefore the 300 square foot garage space that gives you that additional bump up in floor area may not be realistic. So you need to think of that.
Yes.
It's not practical.
I understand it.
Okay.
I will amend the plan based on the comments, objections we got today. And I'll come back for another testimony.
So the big part of this whole analysis is the uniqueness study, the area that you have picked. I think it's not, for a corner lot study, maybe, but I think you need to expand the area from, as I said, from from East 55th to East 57th Street and analyze the corner lots located on the blocks. So this will give you a lot more corner lots to look through and that are more in context with the building that is fronting on more on East 56, because that is more of the important street since it's a map street as opposed to Mill Lane.
Okay. I will do it.
And you can use that similar parameters for your other neighborhood character study for front yard, for number of dwelling units. The number of dwelling units, I think we are okay with it, but FAR and the side yard requirements and how much existing built side yard, front yard is provided in that area compared to what you're proposing.
Okay, I got it.
Any other questions, Mr. Sangha?
No, I asked all the points. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Sangha, commissioners? All right, let's go to the public.
I can't hear Tony.
Sorry. I apologize. The case we are currently discussing is 2022-23 BZ 1520 East 56th Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or outside the city limits, our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 869-8044-9555 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Mr. Sangha, how long will it take for you to make these corrections?
I'm looking for sometime in September.
Okay. That's very doable. Okay.
Wait for the clock to run down.
The other thing, Mr. Sangha, you need to go through the self-created hardship.
Mhm.
I don't know if we discussed it during the public review, but listen to our comments, because this site and the abutting lot were in common ownership at one point.
Yes.
You need to provide all those documentations and go through the narrative explaining if this lot was combined with the other lot, would it have reduced the amount of variance? And if not, and the fact that that's a standalone building and that's been there for the longest, I'm not asking you to tear it down, but would it have been feasible because you already have a building with with bedrooms, windows facing the side yard, and I think adding another unit to it would make those layout of the existing building not possible because you'll end up losing legal light and air windows for those units that are facing the side yard. But those are the arguments you need to make to indicate that this is not a self-created, it would not bear a result, short of tearing the building down and rebuilding it.
Is there any similar past project you can?
Who is the project manager on this?
I think Jella, you took this one? We could give him something.
We
Jella and I
will
can-
Daryl, but we can help out, yeah.
Yeah. We can give him something.
Yeah, that's a critical, that is a critical element of this finding. You have to meet that finding. And I think most of it will be through narratives, but we can provide you with some guidance.
Okay, time is up. No one's called in. No one raised their hands.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sangha. It's nice to
Thank you
see
very
you,
much.
sir.
Nice to see you again, Mr.
Thank
Sangha.
you.
Thank you. Okay, next item number 26, 2022-26 BZ, 1418 Shore Boulevard, Brooklyn. Are you by yourself, Miss Altman?
I am.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to the board member questions? What's the cat's name?
I do. And apparently Moon does as well. Moon?
That's Moon, right?
That is, sorry. Oh, she was a little
I
lonely.
swore in
apparently.
too. Okay, the cat is
Oh.
sworn in also.
All right.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon, Lyra Altman from the law office of Lyra Altman and Moon. We heard your executive session this morning, and in response, we'll be glad to, first of all, get a copy of the community board recommendation to your board. We did attend a hearing at the community board, of course, and we have a copy of the recommendation. If you'd like, I can send you a copy from my files.
Okay.
In
And
addition,
what was the community board's vote? We did
it was
not.
it was a vote in favor. I can give you the exact breakdown if you'd like.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to know that.
It was in favor of the application. In addition, I'll be happy to add your two requested notes, one being that the cellar is not to be used for habitable purposes, and the second being that the DOB is to review and approve all flood regulations. Be happy to do that. If there's any specific language your board would like, I'd be happy to reach out to the project manager for that.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll send it to
Please
you.
do.
Okay. With respect to the front yard, the reason that it changed is we're actually taking down that front wall. We're keeping the right wall and the left wall, the two sides. We are taking down the front wall and putting it in a complying location. So the front yard is changing, but it's getting slightly larger.
Okay.
Okay. And lastly, regarding the few inconsistencies, what I'll do is I'm going to go over the existing plans, proposed plans, zoning analysis again, look for anything that might be a problem and make sure that everything lines up, and then I will revise my statement accordingly.
And okay.
Commissioner
Right.
Shetta has its hand up, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Tony. I just, I have one non-critical comment, but I forgot to mention it
Yes,
during the
Commissioner.
review session. The rear yard diagram doesn't actually show the location of the site, similar to the floor area and the lot coverage ones. So if you just can locate the site on the rear yard diagram, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Ah, okay. And I think, was this the one that I had a question? No, this was not the one. There's another one. Okay. Okay.
I believe those were all the comments.
All right. Well, Any, no other comments? If not, let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 2022 26BZ 1418 Shore Boulevard, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656, or outside the city limits, our toll-free number is 475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 869-8044-9555 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling in on the phone. If you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. So I'm going to recommend closing this. How long will it take for you to make these changes, Ms. Altman?
I looked at the coming up calendar. Would it be possible to on the May 22nd, 23rd hearing? I know we're not going to be able to get it in for next week, which would be the hearing before that.
I think May is going to be tough anyway.
Understood.
June is, I can give you June, but May, it's a risky one.
I understand. I appreciate that.
June. Okay. It's June 5th, 6th. Okay. Oh, Commissioner Shutter, you had your hand up again? Or is that you take it down? Yeah, I just want to make sure you weren't asking another question.
Okay. Is the clock still?
There it goes.
There we go. Okay. All right. Make a motion to close.
This is on 2022-26BZ. A motion to close. Chair Shanda.
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Next item is item number 27, 2022-64BZ, 2021 East 5th Street, Brooklyn. Alexia, let me let you in. Okay. Please join us, panelists, Ms. Landsman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Not very
can't
clear,
hear
not
you.
loud. Could you raise the volume, please? Want to try it again?
Yes, is this better?
Excellent. Are you by yourself?
No, I will be, I think I'm joined by the architects. I have Jose Ramirez and Carrie Mate.
I have Jose Ramirez. Anyone
Yes.
else?
And Carrie Mate.
I don't see that person. No, I don't see that person in the room.
Jose, is Carrie joining separately or is she with you?
Please join us, panelists, Mr. Ramirez. And unmute. Thank you very much. Is your other person joining? Or is it, this is?
Just give me 1 second, I'll be right back, sorry.
Yeah.
Gary? Ready?
It's live TV, folks.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Makes it more interesting. Is she joining, Mr. Ramirez?
I think we can start.
We can start.
Okay. If she joins it, oh, here she comes. Because I just have to swear everyone in. I'm sorry.
Okay, my apologies.
And that's okay. Okay. Raise your right hands, everyone. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Landisman, since you're presenting, please state your name and proceed.
Perfect. My name is Alexia Landisman. I'm here on behalf of the client from Shuttle Nobel PC. I'm accompanied by Jose Ramirez and Carrie Mate, who are the architects for this project. Good afternoon, everyone. We have attended the executive session and we've heard your comments, and we'd like to just go through them one by one. So the first one was to add a note to the seller plan. I believe that we can get those submitted very soon. We'll add a note to the seller plan saying that there will be no sleeping in the cellar. The second comment was with regards to the community board. We actually had the full board community hearing already, and it was a vote in favor for the application. If you'd like me to share my screen, I actually have the community board.
You can submit it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Happy to submit it afterwards at a later date. And then the other comment was with regards to the FAR study. And I wanted to clarify this comment. So it's my understanding you wanted to see the FAR build for all of the properties in the area that are over 8.85.
No. I'm sorry. What I was stating is that what I noticed is that most of the buildings that's been built here are 8.8 FAR and lower. There are very few that are, as I'm looking at it, there are very few that are above even 1 FAR. There's only one as of right, and even some of the ones that where BSA has granted, they were at 0.99 FAR. And and this is a much larger site than some of the other sites where BSA variance was granted, except for one of them, which is lot 38 on block 8754. So I think the proposed FAR that is being requested, 1.19, is too high. It needs to be brought down to 1 FAR.
So we were actually hoping to discuss with you, with the board. We submitted an FAR study which showed 24 properties in the surrounding area in a 2-block radius that are over 0.85, and most of them are 1.5 to 1.5 FAR. In fact, the next door property is 1.1, I believe. Carrie, please chime in if I'm wrong on that number. But we were hoping that we can move that number to 1.1 FAR instead of.
Well, I'm going by the FAR study that was submitted, dated 3/17/2023. So
Yes.
based on and in that, I do not see the numbers that you're responding to, that you're referring to. So
on page 3,
until I see that, it's very difficult for me to agree to that.
would I be able to share my screen? I have.
Okay. And why is there now a change in the FAR? What happened between the submission of March 2023 versus the analysis that you are presenting now?
No, there has been no change, but I'm not, I want to make sure that we're looking at the same study because my study shows 24 properties. I haven't changed the FAR study. They showed properties, all of which, and I've highlighted them. I'm happy to show my screen. If this is the one that you have, then we can continue. If not, I will forward this one to you if this is not for some reason the one that you have in your folder. But
yeah, I am. This is what happens when you have too many 73-622s. I was looking at a wrong 73-622 case.
I see. Okay. Well, then I'm happy to.
But I still want to look at the FAR.
Here are the.
Okay. So this is the yes, this is the one. What is it called?
Our property is 24, is number 24 right here. lot 114. And so all of the highlighted properties are.
Right. Okay. The problem with this study, this is the problem with this study is you have only highlighted the sites that are above 0.85 FAR. What I don't know is the others, what is the FAR of the other properties? So we will give you a sample of the way we look at the FAR study. On the FAR study, we look at the FAR of all the lots that are within the study area. And that would capture those that are above 0.85 and those that are less than 0.85. But right now, I only see the jar 1/3 full. I don't know what's in the rest. So I need to know what is the predominant built FAR. And this is not giving me that picture.
Okay, we're happy to submit that.
So the note to the project manager, please provide a sample of the FAR study that we asked for. It's a very simple one. You don't even need to provide 3 sets of documents. It's just one map which shows the FAR, the built FAR of all the lots within the study area. That's it. And it makes it very easy for us to read rather than having to compare the map with the chart.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm actually going to let Jose chime into this discussion with regards to the specifics of decreasing the 1.19 FAR to 1.10 FAR, just as far as what that looks like as for the project and the enlargement. So Jose, would you like to jump in?
Sure. Hello, commissioners. How's everyone? We actually received approval from the commission for the property to our left, which is 2015, for a 1.1 FAR, approximately 3 or 4 years ago. So the next door neighbor, which we secured approval back then from the BSA, was 1.1. To reduce from 1.9 to 1.19 to 1.0 is about a 600 square foot reduction in square footage, which can be done in some areas, but we would like to end up somewhere about 1.10, which is what we receive for our next door property, and we're willing to make reductions in floor area to achieve that reduction.
Okay. And where would you be proposing to reduce the floor area?
So one would be your suggestion, which is the 3rd floor back dormer, which does not affect the aesthetics of the building that much. That's one area. And then another area is the back of the house. We have a greenhouse that goes along the back, which counts as floor area also. So we're willing to reduce some of the 3rd floor and part of the back of the house to achieve the.
Where is the greenhouse proposed? On the ground floor? On the first floor?
On the ground floor, yes.
Okay, interesting. This is a very different version that we are hearing, because there are some applicants who have stated that the greenhouse does not count. It's a temporary structure and therefore does not count towards floor area.
It does count as floor area.
Okay.
It's in our calculations, I think. It's in our calculations. If you see it's shaded, our plan is shaded. We did count it. So even if we discounted it, it would lower our floor area regardless, because we did include it in our calculation.
Okay. Can you provide a document, whether it's in the buildings department or wherever?
There's a TTPN. There's a TTPN. I think there's a TTPN that talks about the sheds and the greenhouses.
Okay.
Yes, they count as floor area.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you could provide that, and that would be helpful.
Sure.
And therefore you're saying that is counting towards your floor area. Okay.
Yes. So part of the reduction per your request would be reduce the 3rd floor. We think the aesthetics of the building are really good. We're trying not to affect that. So reducing the 3rd floor and the back of the house will not significantly alter the aesthetics of the building.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
So
the building is very beautifully designed. I compliment
Thank
you on your
Chairperson. Thank you.
Thoughtful design. It really does respect the context, and it's a handsomely put together building.
Thank you.
Having said this, Chair, we're happy to submit a revised FAR study that shows the average floor area in the area, but we were hoping that we can agree on the 1.10 because the difference of the FAR would be from the back of the building. It wouldn't affect the
Fine.
street view.
okay.
And if that's everything, we're happy to provide that before the decision hearing, as soon as possible.
I do want
That
to
was
see
the
it.
goal.
Yes, I do want to see it before we make a close decision on it. So,
All right, fair enough.
we move fast, but, there has to be a rationale behind it.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Ramirez or for Ms. Landesman? All right, let's go to the public then.
The case we are currently discussing is 2022-64BZ, 2021 East Fifth Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or outside the city limits, our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 869-8044-9555 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak if you are calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hands. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay.
How much
So
time?
this, when I get to ask you how long it will take for you to make this revision and submit the documents. So you also have to revise the FAR analysis and the proposed plan and the statement of facts accordingly.
Yes, so we can do this within a week. We can get to the next hearing, but
May is not possible.
Okay.
May calendar is completely booked, so it is going to be realistically a June submission, a June hearing.
Okay, we'll take the earliest hearing that we can get.
Yeah. All right.
Mhm. Mhm.
And a sample, please send a sample of the FAR study to Ms. Landesman.
Lanes? Yeah, okay.
Was there a study for the rear yard provided?
No, I don't believe there was. It's not one of the waivers that were requested.
Oh, okay. All right, because it's in the Ocean Parkway. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, no one has raised their hands.
Okay. Thank you very much. See you
Thank
in
you,
June.
Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you.
Bye.
Next item is, I'm sorry, take care, thank you. Next item is item number 28, 2022-85BZ, 257 Coleridge Street, Brooklyn.
What do you think?
Hello, I should have a Eugene and a Yana.
Yeah, they're in the room. Let me add them.
Unmute and put your cameras on if you can.
Yeah, please. Okay, raise your right hand.
Eugene, Yev.
Yeah. Is my love. Raise your right hands. Oh God. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yeah, I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed, Ms. Rivera.
Hi, Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I'm here with Eugene, the architect, and Yana, the homeowner. We heard your comments. Thank you so much. I'm going to share the plans if that's okay, so we can go comment by comment to make sure that we all understand the same thing. So here's the plans, share. I think that the first comment we can get underway because it's on the first page is, Eugene, you want to explain the flood compliance.
Yes, so what we have on our drawings is the 2013 preliminary flood maps. The flood map that was referenced by Commissioner Sheta was the 2007 effective flood map. And back in 2007, the site was located in flood zone X, but was subsequently upzoned to zone AE in 2013. And the DOB does use the latest plans, which establish it as flood zone AE, elevation 11.
So I believe you're gonna need to revise your firm map, because in the firm map, you took a snapshot and when you look at the site, it's in X zone. It's not an AE zone.
I think that's a map that we provided from the map consultant. So we can look into that. So Eugene, it's not on your plans. It's a
Got
map.
it. I was going to say the plan in front of you that Elise is sharing, if you zoom in, the site is circled in black. You can see that it's located in flood zone AE, and the map reference is the December 5th, 2013 firm panel.
I appreciate that. The reason I code this is because the FEMA map actually provides a one that's very similar to the one that you're showing right now. And on the side, there is a snapshot that says the site is in zone X. That's why. I understand this may be updated after Sandy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you, Commissioner Sheta, and thank you, Jean.
So all the comments with regards to flood zone and those things are applicable on this site.
Yes.
Yeah, and more important, they don't need to revise the drawings. I'm happy for you for that.
Yes, as am I.
And is there a note, because he has flood zone information, you can see a notes at the bottom here. Is there a note you'd like us to add that you were saying?
Flood zone property is in the building is located in social flood zone that the property is flood zone.
The note that we're not waiving, is that the one Commissioner Sheta you want?
Yeah,
we have a
BSA is not
typical language
waiving.
for that.
Yeah, we will provide you with the sample language, basically saying that BSA is not waiving any of the flood regulations, and DOB shall review compliance with all the applicable flood regulation.
Okay, I'm like checking if Eugene, do you think we put anything like that somewhere
I
else?
don't recall having anything like that, but we're more than happy to add that. That is.
Okay.
We will send you a sample.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
You may have it already, but we'll send it again.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so then the next question we can go into is the existing garage located outside of the lot? I can answer it, or Eugene, you can answer it if there's a page you think I should go to.
I'm looking at BSA drawing 02.
02.
That would be a good one. That's the copy of the site survey.
So the answer is yes. Eugene, I don't know if you want to explain that further. It's an existing.
It's an existing garage adjacent to this two-family home, and I believe there was Sanborn maps provided that accompanied this set.
Okay, so and you're planning to retain that as part of your proposed expansion?
Yeah, there's no work proposed to the garage under this filing or application.
Right, you're not proposing to remove it. You're just
it's just going to stay as is.
And the reason I'm asking is, are you benefiting from the 300 square foot floor area bump up?
So no, we did not take that into account. We simply just did not account for the area of the garage in our calculation.
Okay. So you're not taking in the garage floor area for your FAR bump up? That's it.
No, not at this time, no.
Okay.
And then I guess if you want to talk about FAR, we heard your comment about the 1.04 and additionally about the setback in the front. So we are willing to reduce, to provide a setback in the front to reduce our FAR to 1.0.
Okay, 1.0 and do a setback at the front.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a little difficult to read the axonometric.
So we can go to that next.
Yeah.
This one? Or
so let's talk about the demolition, because that is a very basic threshold. in the demolition analysis, I think some of the walls were double counted.
Yeah, there was one instance where the 13 was counted twice. We're gonna
Yeah.
get that rectified.
And then same thing goes for on the second floor, the portion of the wall that is the parapet wall for the terrace was also counted towards the demolition, and I don't think that makes sense. Yeah, on this, if you look at BSA 14.
Which one?
BSA
BSA
14.
drawing 14. 10 foot, 10 linear feet of it is being counted towards retaining the exterior wall.
So
Yes, we're gonna get that. We're gonna get that rectified. We should still be within the allowable thresholds, as a large portion of the existing perimeter walls was remaining. But nonetheless, we will revise the calculation and make sure that it is accurate.
I agree with you. You would still be within the threshold, but just we don't want to set any precedent, so that's why all of
Absolutely.
these need to be corrected and documented accordingly.
Absolutely.
Should I go back to the axiomet? I can't pronounce this word.
Axiometric. That's the only English word I can pronounce properly.
Sorry. This one or the next one, Eugene? What do you think?
I think they're both equally confusing, and what we'll do is adjust the graphics to make sure that they're coherent and represented clearly.
Okay. So, and can you tell me why both were provided? Are they showing two?
No, one shows it from facing the rear yard, and the other shows it facing Coleridge Street. That is the only difference. The proposed building is shown in a solid line. The existing massing was shown in a dashed line, but we're gonna clean that up.
Yeah. I think what threw me off is that in both cases, the Coleridge Street was on the same location, so I wasn't sure whether. So I think that's the orientation kind of threw me off. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, and then
I think I can send you a sample of the kind of axionometrics we look for. We typically are just looking for how the existing building is being enlarged. So it helps to know where the existing building wall is located and where it's being stretched out or being stretched upward, just in a very simplistic way, is what really we're trying to understand. Okay.
Excellent. Yep, and we'll revise it accordingly. Thank you.
And then you said to add a note in the settler plan that no sleeping shall be permitted. That's an easy enough to do. And then the last thing I believe I have is we just wanted to let you know that we have filed a ZRD1 in regards to height to find out where to measure from. Eugene can explain that further if you need it. We filed it, and on February 9th, we have a number from, and we're still waiting to hear back from the DOB.
What is the reason? Why do you need to measure the height? What is the issue? It's because of the flood zone?
That's exactly it. So ZR 64321 essentially notes that you can establish the reference plane anywhere within 10 feet of the base plane. At the moment, we are using the design flood elevation of 13 to establish all of the heights, which that's how all the drawings were set up. But we are seeking a ZRD1 to see if we can reestablish the elevation point to be within that 10-foot buffer. And I think, at least if you have the ZRD1, if you show the diagram on the last page, it notes what the result could be.
I'll share again. Share screen.
Right. So at the moment, we're using the base flood elevation of 13 to establish the heights. However, in reading ZR 64321, it looks like it allows you to establish a reference plane from which the heights could be taken anywhere within 10 feet of the base plane, which is at elevation 9.03. So we have the two red dashed lines that shows that 10-foot buffer. The solid red line, which is the elevation of the first floor, is where the request is being made to the building department to clarify if we can start taking our heights from level 1 rather than the design flood elevation.
Okay.
If you're successful, which I think you will be based on my understanding of this code section or the zoning section, will you then be making the building taller effectively?
Yes, we would either be, yes, we would be attempting to make the building a little taller, but although as of right,
Yeah.
within
understood.
the heights, yeah.
Yes. Okay, it's just that, so we are prepared because the drawings may change.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, what would change would be the heights, yes.
And that's why we're pointing that out to you now, because we expected to have, since we filed on February 9th, we expected to have a response so we could actually tell you what the response was before this hearing, but we're waiting still.
That is how we have seen many of the projects in floodplains. They take that option. And so we've seen that a lot where the reference plane is higher than, or effectively what you're asking. I believe you'll come back with a positive answer, but that's for DOB to determine.
Right. Yeah, we wanted to present you guys with the most as of right option because in the event that it is not successful, we're absolutely proceeding with the option that was presented to the board.
And we realize this is a plan approval, so we're just trying to make sure we do it right.
Okay, sure. Okay, how long do you think it will take you to get that response? I know you submitted in February, so you still haven't gotten anything back, right?
That is correct. We followed up with them in mid-March and they told us it is still under review. I did send them a follow-up last week as well, just to see where they're holding, and I haven't heard a response quite yet. We're hopeful that by the end of April, we'll hear back based on just kind of historically how they've responded to these requests.
I don't know if this is too much to ask, but it's happened before. If the BSA, if anyone can tell them we're in hearing or anything, maybe that'll push them to answer us. I don't know, but if you're willing, just putting it out there, if somebody could help us nudge them.
To send a letter. Is this in Tech Affairs?
It's not. It's a standard ZRD1. We can give you the control number.
Okay. At least you know to send that information to us before.
Okay, yeah, no problem. We'll send you a copy of the ZRD1 and a copy of.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to go through my notes. All right. I don't have any other comments. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Fullader and her team? No. Okay, let's go to the public then.
Sure. The case we're currently discussing is 2022 85BZ 257 Coleridge Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558, sorry, 8656, or outside city limits. Our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 869-8044-9555 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are on the calling from the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of the screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. How long will it take for you to make the correction? I think a good part is relying on DOB's determination. So you want to kind of build that into your submission, I'm assuming.
So I heard you say that to everyone else that June was the best you could do. So I think that is what we would ask for.
Okay. Hopefully by that time you will hear something back.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I guess my other question is, I don't know if you want to see something first or you want to close. Well, that's for you to determine. Board close first.
So it's mostly correcting the axionometric, the even adding those notes, and you are going to set the building back to meet the 1 FAR. Are commissioners okay with closing this? Okay, all right, let's close.
And in the event that we don't hear from the DOB, we'll update you and let you know.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so the time is run out. Nobody's submitted, raised their hands or called in. So the motion to close, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Okay,
you.
that's the last case, and this concludes the public hearing for April 11th, 2023. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. See you at the next hearing. Bye.
Carlo, can you end the meeting? Carlo?